Hello everyone. Now, let me just hold on. There we go. Change over here. There we go. Much better. Hello everyone. How you doing? Hope you guys are having a good day so far. So yeah, last stream, which was a week ago. So yeah, sorry about the lack of stream on Friday that I promised. I was just a little too busy. Oh, sorry about that. I was busy doing some house stuff, and also I was also tinkering around my new upscaler that I got for both the PS2 and the Wii. I think you guys already saw it on Discord. But yeah, hopefully we should be able to finish up what we're gonna have planned for the day. So yeah, next stream, last stream, which was on Sunday, yeah, last week Sunday, we did some good progress with the Swap Force. Yeah, I'd say so. We're almost we're pretty much done with the campaign. All that's missing is just getting the rest of the bonus missions done with Spy Rise, and then we can move on to Trap Team, which is probably gonna be with Wildfire maybe. Unless Robo-Rouser gets like 2 more votes, but I doubt that. So yeah, although we're gonna have to wait a little bit on that because we know Overcooked thing we're gonna have to do later. Again, later. But for today, we are gonna be continuing on where we left off with the Terra in Birth by Sleep. Last we left off, we pretty much finally started our XP farming. Yeah, we already got pretty close being almost done, around level 77. So that should be my 22 level ups that we need. Yeah, I think so. Right. So hopefully today we can get to level 99 and then finish off with the main campaign. Yeah, hopefully. And if we have some extra time, I could probably do some Fall Guys. You know, if the game decides to fucking work today. Yeah, we'll see. Depends on how long it takes for me to get to level 99. But yeah. With all that said and done. Let's go straight to it, shall we? Let me just change over here. And I'll say I'm gonna be doing the same thing that I did before, where I'm gonna be switching up the models for when we actually start doing the farming, because I actually want to, you know, continue on with the video. I want to watch a video that there's a video that I really want to watch on stream. Okay. Here we go. Much better. And just to be safe, I'm gonna do one thing real quick. Yep, all good. Yeah, you can always see that there's a Overcooked 2 installed there, but I'm also gonna be doing, not on stream, I'm gonna be doing off stream. Just take advantage of having PlayStation Plus. I'm gonna be farming the multiplayer trophies for the Tomb Raider reboot. And maybe I'll do the game after some other time. We'll see. But yeah, let's just start the game. Yeah, I'm gonna be fixing some other stuff around here. Probably already fix this. Yeah, there we go. I don't think I need this anymore. Yeah, okay. Alright, let's go. The farming's still gonna take a bit though, but let's see if we can finish it off today. In the meantime, I'm gonna put another video as well on standby. Too well here. Oh wait, I think I need to also. Oh wait, no, it's all good. Yeah, it's all good here. gonna go up here. Okay, I just need to go back to where we were before, with my farming spot. Okay, cool. What did you play on school? Oh wait, no. Forgot. I need to increase my health. Really? Minecraft of all games you had, you go fucking Minecraft. Like you know you could do some co-op stuff with your buddies, and of all people, the fucking Minecraft. Don't you have like Cuphead on Xbox? I hope it didn't work. We can't use guest accounts? Weird. Alright, hold on. Although we're already here, I'm gonna have to do some changes here. Hold on. Alright. Where is it? A1. Just gonna be switching the model here. I'm gonna turn off PC face because I don't need it anymore. See if I can get this to show up now. Yeah, I think that should do. There we go. Much better. And I should probably decrease the audio a little bit. Maybe 30? 40? No, 40 is a little too much. Yeah, probably 30. Like so you guys can still hear the a little bit of the game. Okay, yeah, I think that should do.
Hello, you absolute legends. 2 months ago, I released my first video exposing the fraud committed by
this
the
is gonna be the video that we're gonna be
charity,
watching on
the
stream right
Open Hand
now.
Foundation. Since then, it's been a rough time for our good friend Gerard. The public has turned against him, and his friends have abandoned him. It seems to be almost...
What? Why is this? Are you kidding me? Now it's not. Now the CPU is going super high right now. Is it because my OBS thing is so huge?
universal agreement that what Gerard did was wrong. But there was one man, one hero, one lawyer who dared to go against the grain. Recently, the lawyer known as Mooney, who runs the Moon channel, uploaded a video titled Jobs vs. the Completionist. In this video, Mooney goes hard, and it's a scathing review of my videos covering the Open Hand Foundation.
Why are the things like going higher than usual now? Maybe if I put it like this. And it wasn't doing this stuff before. What about now?
According to Mooney, I'm dreadfully uninformed and lack the sufficient knowledge to talk about whether or not what the completionist did was illegal. On top of that, he goes on the defense on behalf of the completionist and Openhand, saying that their actions were normal and even expected behavior
Yeah, I
of
think
a
it's the
charity.
same.
A lot of people came away from that video with a new sense of understanding. Perhaps
The hell? The hell, I was able to fucking do this shit just fine before. Now, why the fuck is the CPU going so high now? Hold on. Come on. Hold on, I'm trying to fix the fucking chat because it's still not showing the fucking emotes right. Yeah, even on the stream it shows that it's missing the fucking image. Okay, there we go.
Carl was reckless, ignorant, and maybe even malicious. I mean, Mooney says as much in his video.
Maybe if I put this at 144?
According to Mooney, I wasn't genuinely trying to find out what happened with Gerard and his charity. I basically just decided he was a fraudster from the get-go, and then I proceeded to try and destroy his career and ruin the future of dementia research.
Okay, there we go. Maybe if I put a lower thing. Yeah, it's probably because it's going at 60 FPS. So.
Without considering
maybe because of that.
Else. The reason so many people were persuaded by Mooney's video is because of.
Okay, yeah, much better. It was going super high because when I put at 720p, it goes at 60. It goes at 60 FPS. Okay, I'll just put it at 480p, and that should be fine. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, let's try
Hello,
that.
you absolute legends. 2 months ago, I released my first video exposing the fraud committed by the completionist and his charity, the Open Hand Foundation. Since then, it's been a rough time for our good friend.
Maybe a bit more. 360.
Gerard. The public has turned against him, and his friends have abandoned him. It seems to be almost universal agreement that what Gerard did was wrong. But there was one man, one hero, one lawyer who dared to go against the grain. Recently, the
Yeah, maybe I need to like put it like this, otherwise it's just overusing it. Yeah, I think that should do. I'll just put 480p. I'm not gonna put the video on full screen.
Hello, you absolute legends. 2 months ago, I released my first video exposing the fraud committed by the completionist and his charity, the Open Hand Foundation. Since then, it's been a rough time for our good friend Gerard. The public has turned against him, and his friends have abandoned him. It seems to be almost universal agreement that what Gerard did was wrong. But there was one man, one hero, one lawyer who dared to go against the grain.
We'll just hear for like the
lawyer known as Mooney,
for the
who
audio.
runs the Moon channel, uploaded a video titled Jobs vs. the Completionist. In this video, Mooney goes hard, and it's a scathing review of my videos covering the Open Hand Foundation. According to Mooney, I'm dreadfully uninformed, and lack the sufficient knowledge to talk about whether or not what the completionist did was illegal. On top of that, he goes on the defense on behalf of the completionist honest and open-hand, saying that their actions were normal and even expected behavior of a charity. A lot of people came away from that video.
So yeah, the whole context they kind of need right now is that if you don't know the completionist, which I think I already mentioned him before, he pretty much committed a quote-unquote charity fraud, where over the years he accumulated all this money from like charity events, and he just kept it. On a bank account over all those years, making people believe that he was actually donating it to like some companies that can prevent dimensions and stuff because of his mother. And he lied about that, and only like recently they finally donated all the fucking money. And now people are giving him shit because of that, rightfully so. And I'm pretty sure now... Yeah, this was like a few weeks back, maybe even a month ago. And I think now we get some news where maybe... I think it's like a lawyer defense completionist? I'm not sure. That's why we're here. That's why we're here to watch the video, aren't we?
With a new sense of understanding. Perhaps Carl was reckless, ignorant, and maybe even malicious. I mean, Mooney says as much in his video. According to Mooney, I wasn't genuinely trying to find out what happened with Gerard and his charity. I basically just decided he was a fraudster from the get-go, and then I proceeded to try and destroy his career and ruin the future of dementia research without considering anything else. The reason so many people were persuaded by Mooney's video is because of how confidently and
I mean, no matter whether he was, whether he was not in the wrong or in the right, whether he was in the right or wrong, this shit would affect his career either way. So I don't know. So I don't know about that.
smugly he talks.
On the internet, there's no such thing as guilty until proven wrong or some shit.
People have been misled because Mooney has absolutely no idea what he's talking about. This is one of the most stunning examples of the Dunning-Kruger effect I've ever seen. We are talking about a very serious situation here. Charity fraud ain't no joke. If you're going to comment on it one way or the other, you should probably try to inform yourself on what happened. For my part, I conducted an investigation which involved talking to the completionist, getting official statements from Openhand, spending countless hours looking through Indieland VODs, researching Gerard and his family, and cross-checking my findings with research partners. At the end of my investigation, I presented my conclusions. But do you know what Mooney did to try and learn about what happened? Do you know what kind of investigation Mooney conducted? He watched my YouTube videos. According to Mooney, all you need to do to be an expert on a situation is watch YouTube. You don't need to actually research anything. Just sit down for an hour and ingest the scraps of information that I spoon-feed you.
Yeah, like exactly what pretty much any person on the internet can fucking do.
Fraud. Mooney's video is one of the most self-unaware pieces of content I've ever seen.
Oh, you made an actual video? I thought he was just some guy on Twitter.
And then in the next, he spouts facts that are completely wrong because he has not done a single bit of actual research. It wouldn't matter if you were the greatest lawyer in the world. If you don't even know the basic facts of the case, your opinion is meaningless. Mooney is one of the most clueless people I've ever seen talk on this matter, and because he...
And his last video was an hour ago? What, the completionist? Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Let me look that up real quick. Yeah, I don't know because I don't follow the guy anymore. I don't think I followed this guy. I don't think I followed the guy on this account. Oh, he did Kirby Triple Deluxe. Like literally an hour ago. Yeah, god damn it. Like only like a week ago he did Black Flag. Yeah, he's still pumping out fucking videos. Yeah, let's see here. Yeah, he's still pumping out fucking videos. Let's see here. Yeah, there's a response. And then I think I already saw these three. Yeah, this is the last time. Superstar was the last time that I saw the channel. And then in like a week later he did Black Flag and Triple Deluxe. Although his views aren't looking too good. Huh? Come on, why is he not loading the fucking comments? Come on. Why is it not loading the fucking comments? Come on. Well done. Okay, there we go. Let's see here. Dude, I know you're trying to get back to swinging, but you can't review piracy game cars sound like a completionist who plunders immediately after scandaling falsely finances. Damn. Yeah, that's not the only reason that you watch the completionist videos, just because of the fucking comment section. For me to watch and enjoy these videos, yeah, same here. I was so looking forward to like him doing Black Flag stuff before, and now I don't even want to fucking bother. Those feel so weird. Basically show notes, but there hasn't been an intro in the past few episodes. Weird. You're fighting at obscurity looks like Red is fight. People said about not owning the video games you buy. Yeah, the only reason that you watch a completionist now is just because of the fucking comment section, because the fucking gold mine of comedy. Like any other drama video, I guess. But yeah, let's continue here.
He knows so little, and because the facts that he presents are so wrong, his conclusions are not only ridiculous, but they are also dangerous. Casual viewers would be none the wiser of just how uninformed Mooney is, because in order to realize this, you need to know
yeah, not just
something about the
He's pretty much any other guy that anyone else on YouTube that has drama.
Do. So today, we are going to go through Mooney's video, and I will demonstrate to you that Mooney is not only ignorant, but he is also negligent. I really hope you enjoy.
Just make sure that I have like space
now,
bar
Legends, the sponsor of this video is the amazing MMO fantasy conquest game Call of Dragons. From the creators of Rise of Kingdoms, there is so much to do in Call of Dragons, ranged units will win. And even angry. Address available on PC and mobile and is free. So make sure to click the link in the description or scan the QR code on screen to try it out, as well as use the bonus code CODFANTASY for huge in-game rewards.
Good that he still keeps.
Now,
good that he's still getting sponsored, but I'm not gonna
I want to quickly
bother with that.
Something. You might notice throughout this video that I seem a bit annoyed, maybe even angry. And the truth is, I am angry. I'll try not to let that impact this video too much, but it will have some kind of impact. And I want to let you know why I'm angry. At the end of Mooney's video, he has an entire section
because people can't be
how much money
their own
he
research
made from
and making fucking idiots of themselves on the internet.
$40,000 in YouTube income and $16,000 in sponsorships. Our lowball figure is about $56,000 made on the back of these accusations, roughly the annual median American male individual income.
The implication is that I profited from the situation and that my motives aren't trustworthy. Perhaps I made my videos just to make a quick buck. This isn't a new tactic. I've seen this before. Remember this guy?
Carl Jobs is a professional.
I mean, he's not wrong. He's making money, but whatever. He just wanted to make. He didn't want the video to be monetized in that way. You fucking saying? The apology video was 20k, 100k. Not surprising, but yeah, you kind of sussed yourself out, Scrub, because now I know that you use the dislike plugin for YouTube. Huh? I don't. I was thinking of having it as well, but I've heard some people get banned because of that. I'm not sure.
Maximum views. He's monetized.
I think people get banned on Twitch because of that. If they show that they have the plugin on YouTube.
Instead of just sticking to the facts of the matter. It's not just Mooney who does this. I see this everywhere. But here is the truth. I lost money covering the open hand story. You might wonder how that's even possible. My videos were monetized, and a couple of them even had sponsors. They definitely made money. What on earth do I mean when I say I lost money? Well, this question arises from a lack of understanding and ignorance as to how my YouTube channel works. I don't come up with a video idea and then after that solicit a sponsor for it. My sponsors are booked months in advance. So
oh, I see the thing. Is it maybe because he was spending so much time researching and shit, so we had to like postpone other videos which already had like sponsors on them, And that probably affected the channel. Right, okay, I see. Colin Ballinger, nobody can help me for worst YouTube project. Gerard, my mother's autopsy report. Colin Ballinger, why does that name sound familiar?
For example, for
I might have
November,
heard of them,
when I first
I'm
covered
not,
this story,
doesn't
I
ring a
already
bell right
had
now.
3 sponsors booked in for that month. That means I was always going to make 3 videos. It doesn't matter what videos I put those sponsors in or what the topic is, I'm still going to be paid the same. If this open hand situation never happened, I would have made exactly the same amount of videos.
Right. I know. It's the one that pulled out the fucking ukulele.
A decent amount of views no matter what I talk about. So I don't need
name doesn't really...
In November,
I
had
don't
3
immediately think of
booked,
that when
and
you mention her
3
name.
videos, but only 2 of them were sponsored. This is because I actually cancelled one of the sponsors because I released my first open hand video without a sponsor
there it
in
is.
it.
He cancelled one of the videos because he's cancelled one of the sponsors because the Gerard video kind of got in the way.
Topic, I would have included that sponsor and I would have made more money. And just so you know, that sponsorship was worth $8,000. And what you need to understand is that it's not just my money. I have a wife and son. It's their money too. It's my wife's money just as much as it is mine. I'm sure if you ask...
Not only did Gerard make people lose money, steal money from other people, pretending that he was gonna donate, but also steal money from this. Also make sure that Jack doesn't get money from ads.
She'd really like to have that money. And I'm also
Evil
sure
bastard.
she doesn't give a single shit about any of this online drama. But more than that, you have to appreciate the situation I'm in right now. I'm dealing with a frivolous lawsuit from a psychopath. My legal bill, just for the month of November, was $50,000. I could really fucking use that money right now, but...
Right, that's Billy Mitchell, the guy that faked beating a record on, I think, Pac-Man? Yeah, I think that's what it was.
Despite the legal bills I have to pay, despite the fact that it's not just my money I'm sacrificing, despite the fact that even if I did put a sponsor in that video, it changes nothing about the content of the video, even though I have every single right to monetize content I've worked hard to produce, I still cancelled that sponsor. And after all that, I have to sit here and listen to these assholes lie about my motivation and claim that I'm doing this just to make money. So yes, I'm a bit pissed off. Beyond that, Mooney's video is generally insulting in its premise, and it's especially so because of how ironic it is. Mooney's video centers around the idea that I cannot comment on whether or not the completionist actions were criminal because I haven't studied the law. But this idea falls flat for multiple reasons. First,
because we know we people have what we call a moral compass, because we can easily detect something that's wrong or something that's fucked up. Yeah, you don't need a fucking degree to know that you fucked up severely.
If it required a law degree to understand what is or isn't legal, our society could not function. We absolutely can identify what is or isn't legal without looking up the specific statute. We do this every single day. Everyone knows that lying in order to solicit funds
if you need a degree, to know what not to do, then you're not smart, you're fucking stupid.
Change this simple fact. The idea that you need to be a lawyer to know right from wrong, illegal from legal, is downright preposterous. And
yeah, exactly. It's exactly what I fucking said there.
The world works. When it comes to prosecuting someone in a courtroom and dealing out potential punishments, yes, these legal definitions matter because they affect how actions are treated by the state. But when it comes to members of the public identifying and reporting illegal activities, I can be as simple as I want. I could give you the most basic bitch definition of fraud, and that's perfectly fine to communicate an idea. And in fact, the idea that if you can't identify a specific statute, you shouldn't comment on illegal activity is downright dangerous. As members of a society, it is our moral obligation to call out harmful behavior when we see it. In saying this, I do have a large platform, and that comes with a lot of responsibility. I have to make sure that when I make a serious accusation like fraud, that I've done my due
how's the audio?
diligence.
And you guys, does the game audio don't affect you guys being able to hear the video or something?
Videos and start throwing around accusations of fraud. This is because when I did my investigation, no YouTube videos even existed. I had to actually put in the time and effort into finding out what really happened.
Make sure they can.
I also didn't just read a legal
you can still still hear
statute
the
and
game
think this
audio.
somehow makes
It's
me
just
an
very
authority
low.
on the facts of the matter. To give you an idea about just how clueless Mooney was, he didn't even know the full call between Mutaha, Gerard, and myself was posted online. This is a major piece of evidence
Right.
that he
The
ignored.
call that was like
It's a
divided
call
into like
that has been
parts.
listened to by 500,000 other people and has
Have they already like posted the other part of the call? Because I'm pretty sure they only posted the first part. Yeah, I think maybe. Yeah, the only thing that I remember from the first call, I never saw the actual full thing. But one of the things that I remember that was like posted on Twitter is that one part of the call mentioned that Gerard was pretty much wanted to what's it called? He wanted to like give them money in order to like hide the fact that he was like still keeping the charity money. He wasn't what's the word? What's what you call it? Not borrowing. I can't remember the word. It's like you give them something for them to shut up about something wrong that you did. I can't remember the word.
been reacted to by dozens of YouTube channels. Mooney was so ignorant he didn't even know it existed.
Not alone, it's
because
something
of this,
else.
large chunks of his video are just flat out wrong because he couldn't be bothered to learn
Bribe,
about the
yeah,
situation.
bribe, there we
But
go.
even if the phone call
Gerard
wasn't
pretty much tried to bribe both him and Mutahart into not posting the fucking video, I think, or something like that.
posted online, the mere fact that it existed at all should have told you that you are
Like,
ignorant.
in a
If you know
jokey
that I
way.
have the full recording and you don't, you already know that you are way more uninformed than me. In a Reddit exchange between Mooney and myself after he released his video, he confessed he only considered my YouTube videos and didn't look at anything else. Mooney doesn't seem to
Right,
appreciate
didn't even
the
go on
difference
fucking
between
Twitter way.
reality
Most
and
of
a
the clips
YouTube video.
show
I
of
have
the
spent hundreds
call
of
show
hours
up.
researching the Completionist and his charity streams. It is simply impossible for me to put
The
everything
wrestling
that I
clip
know into a
is just
YouTube
finding
video.
the
It would be
completionist
50
there.
hours long. A YouTube video is not evidence. The point of a YouTube video is just to convey an idea and entertain
The avatar is
people.
fucking
Mooney's
spot
under
on.
the impression the information presented in my videos is all the information there is. This concept is so ridiculous and naive, it's incredible. If the completionist wants to sue me and discuss this over a 2-week trial, I'd be happy to present the entire case. But until then,
I got
you're
the money,
simply
bitch.
relying on my YouTube videos.
You wanna sue me?
know
Fine.
hardly
Bring it
anything.
on.
All you know is the tiny sliver of information I felt like providing. That's hardly enough to be confident in your conclusions. This applies to my viewers as well. You shouldn't just watch my videos and blindly believe you know all that there is to know. I've actually done the work, so I'm confident making these claims publicly. With all of this established, let's go through Mooney's video.
All rise. The Court of Public
Oh, he's gonna go
Opinion
to the
is now
entire
in
video,
session.
okay. He's
The
just gonna
Honorable
comment
Judge
on
Mooney is presiding. Please be seated.
Yeah, he's even
On
using the
plaintiff's
fucking
side,
Ace
we have
Attorney
Carl
shit.
Joust, some ordinary gamers, and the public. And on the defendant's side, we have Gerard, the completionist Khalil, and the 501c3 charity organization, the Open Hand Foundation.
The first half of Mooney's video attempts to summarize the situation and provide context as well as some legal information. I think the more important things are in the second half because that's where we find his analysis, but there are some things to point out in the first half as well.
Gerard, the completionist Khalil, is a successful YouTuber. He runs an annual fundraising event called Indieland, which raises money for the Open Hand Foundation,
Gerard
a
will be in the
charitable
court trial.
organization founded by his father in memory of
We're not quite sure if he was actually serious about suing them, but if he was, it's just a matter of time before they get an actual court. I don't think he was
who
serious.
sadly passed from frontal temporal dementia in 2003.
We are less than a minute in, and Mooney is already showing just how ignorant he is of the situation. He doesn't even know which year Gerard's mother died. He says 2003, but it was actually 2013. In this case, it doesn't really affect anything, but it's good to notice these factual errors because they start to tell a
Yeah, I
story
think
of just how uninformed
he said
Mooney is.
his mother, Gerard's
seems
mother's
like everyone
died
on YouTube has already
around
made
the
it
same
into
time that he
this
started his
offering their hot
YouTube
takes
channel.
fresh
Yeah,
from the
around
peanut
that.
gallery. Well, we are going to do something different. We are going to approach this situation like a lawyer does and break
But
down
there's
each
no
allegation
shit
levied
that
by
it
the
could be in
plaintiffs, weigh it against
2003.
the evidence, and present our findings.
Mooney's idea of weighing allegations against the evidence is just to watch a few YouTube videos. As Mooney knows, watching YouTube videos is not a good attempt at fact-finding. And if you have a lawyer whose idea of researching your case is just to watch a few YouTube videos, fire them immediately. To be crystal clear, Mooney did not examine the
You're a lawyer,
evidence.
you do
He
this
examined a
you do shit, and
YouTube
you're probably
video,
not a good
which
lawyer.
contained a portion of my knowledge of the situation. The best Mooney
You're like
can say
to
is that he has
the
made inferences based on my YouTube videos,
second grade
but he's
fucking
still
lawyer.
uninformed because he hasn't done
That only
independent research and thus cannot
delusional
make
and
any
maybe
reasonable
desperate
conclusion.
fucking clients
Instead,
go
he incorrectly
to.
asserts he is some kind of authority and that he has actually done some kind of reasonable
Or
fact-finding,
as I
which is
recall,
not
YouTube
true.
lawyer.
The Open Hand Foundation is a 501c3 organization. What does that mean and what obligation?
Right, no offense to any YouTube lawyers out there, but if you're gonna get a lawyer, the last place I'm gonna go is on fucking YouTube.
Does a
Just saying.
501c3 have?
Mooney spends a large portion of the video talking about 501c3 legal obligations, to which I don't feel is relevant to my particular claims. I've never discussed the legal obligations of charities, nor would I be smart to, because I simply don't know. But this isn't about legal obligations. For example, I never said it was illegal for a charity to withhold all of its donations. I never said a charity legally had to disperse a certain amount of money. I never said a charity couldn't have expenses. What I said is that when Gerard tells the public he is doing something very specific with that money when he in fact is not, this is fraud.
The fundamental allegations are, number one, the completionist committed charity fraud by lying about what donations received by Open Hand were
Well, he
being
didn't. Well, he didn't fully lie. He mentioned that he was mentioning that he was gonna get, and all the money was going for it, but he just kept it in a bank. Where he was eventually gonna give it, I guess. But it's just where he only gets pretty bad is he only donated the money after he got called out for it. So yeah, it doesn't work good for him.
used for. Number two, the completionist stole some of the money Open Hand should have received, which is embezzlement. And number three, there are funds that
I
are
don't think that
still
last
missing,
one's true,
presumed
though.
stolen from the golf tournament, from Jamie Lee Curtis and more, as per the Open Hand Foundation's.
Right, because I'm pretty sure I remember watching Gerard's apology video, and I'm pretty sure he didn't mention anything about the golf tournament. Yeah, he only mentioned about the whole the charity stuff, but never the golf tournament at all.
Tax returns.
Mooney then attempts to break down the allegations. These are mostly correct. However, on number 3, I never said the grant given by Jamie Lee Curtis was missing. I don't know where this came from. It certainly wasn't in my videos. Mooney does include some information from Mudahar's video, so maybe it was from there, but I don't remember Mudahar saying that either.
That's a nice argument.
Well,
You mind backing it up
Gerard's
with a source?
apology is very
Sources that I
interesting,
made it
to
the
say
fuck
the
up.
least. It's immediately apparent that lawyers were involved in this statement, and I gotta say, it's well put together.
After breaking down the allegations, Mooney then looks at Gerard's response video. However, halfway through, Mooney does something really bizarre. He is supposed to be breaking down what Gerard said, but he instead goes on a long-winded rant about endowments.
If you are donating permanently restricted funds, what you can do instead of just sending the money in one lump sum is you can set up an endowment fund, where the principal amount of money is either untouchable or is not wholly expendable, but the interest from the fund is usable. With a large enough endowment,
Okay,
the
then why
charity
didn't
has
Gerard
money,
do that
not
as
just
well?
for life, but forever. However, this requires not only a large sum, but a complicated procedure to set up the endowment, one that requires lawyers, which requires time and money. In addition, one has to carefully vet candidates and then determine what to restrict funds for in order to maximize the fund's effects. Because such an endowment is powered by interest, naturally the larger the fund is, the larger the principal and the more effective it is in the long run. It is typical behavior. It is even, dare I say, expected behavior.
Gerard never mentioned endowments. In fact, no one has ever mentioned endowments. Mooney
Yeah,
is quite
exactly.
literally
I don't remember him
fabricating
talking
a
about
fairy
that at
tale
all.
about the potential motives of the Open Hand Foundation.
So yeah, the whole argument that he's probably making is that in order to like kind of save up the money that he gained from the charity, he needed to gain money from other stuff to like pay up the lawyers and other shits. I don't think he mentioned that at all. Even in the apology video, I don't think he mentioned that at all. I don't know where he got that
creating
from.
defenses on their behalf, when the evidence that he is supposed to have examined says the complete opposite. The Open Hand Foundation and Gerard himself have told us multiple times why they kept the money. We don't need to speculate. We don't need to make up fiction. We know the answer. I was the person who actually reached out to Open Hand and asked why they hadn't donated the money. And because of this, their response is firmly cemented into my memory. Someone who didn't do this and just watched a video where it was briefly mentioned may forget it, however. In the official Open Hand statement, Jacques, the vice president of Open Hand, states in no uncertain terms, prior to our official registration as a foundation, we donated body parts for research and made financial contributions to an institution that, in our view, made insufficient progress in the fight against these debilitating conditions. This prior experience has taught us the importance of careful consideration in our partnership and is the reason why we continue to search for a proper partner and recipient of our donations. Their reason for holding the money was because they didn't know who they should give it to.
Right. Here's the thing. They took them 10 fucking years it took them 10 years to not even have one person to fucking give them the donation money to. Either they were not fucking trying, or they didn't even they were pretty much lying about the whole finding a partner to give out the money. Yeah, it's probably something else that they're just not mentioning. Because there's no way you spend 10 years trying to find someone to like give the donation money and then come up empty-handed. Like there's no possible way that could happen.
Ambiguous in the slightest, and Mooney seems hell-bent on ignoring the statements of the party in question because he either forgot they existed or, even worse, never even bothered to read them in the first place. Gerard, a director of the Open Hand Foundation, painted a different picture in his call to Mutahar and myself. According to him, he was fighting with his family to donate the money because it was self-admittedly not fucking cool that the money hadn't been dispersed.
You were notified.
Right, he did mention that on the call.
I knew it was sitting there at a certain point, and that's what made me proactively go about it. Like, I was made aware in 2021 when the money hadn't moved yet, and that's what made me go, that's not fucking cool. And that's when I got personally involved to move it.
Not that I was trying to save face, but like,
who was
a private.
Who was responsible for keeping the money? Now that's one thing. Huh? Like, you can't just like do charity events for like 10 years and not then keep track of where the fucking money goes. Like he probably like had a responsible for, maybe like one of his family members that was responsible for the money. Gerard was just giving it to him.
That I've been dealing with for months with my family.
Gerard would then go on to seemingly recant this admission in his response video and claim that it was his intention the entire time to withhold the money because he wanted to make a restricted donation.
The Open Hand Foundation raised funds in an unrestricted manner with the intention to restrict a larger donation towards dementia research. Larger restricted donations ensure clear measures and direction, but can take time, whereas unrestricted donations are often instantaneous and not tracked. This is one of the big reasons as to why the donation took so long.
We have 3 completely different reasons given from members within Open Hand as to why the money hadn't been donated, and none of them mentioned endowments. And what's so interesting about Mooney's endowment rant is that he talks as if Open Hand could have single-handedly sustained an organization for dementia research, if only they saved up enough money.
In this way, if you have a very large sum of principal delivered in the form of permanently restricted funds, you could potentially fund a charity in perpetuity. In other words, you know the old parable, give a man a fish and he's fed for a day, but teach a man to fish and he's fed for life? That's what's going on here. With a large enough endowment, the charity has money, not just for life, but forever.
Honest to God, I have
Again,
no idea what Mooney is
and not
talking about.
mention about
and
the
it's
down
convenient that he
payment,
doesn't
so the
mention
whole
specific
argument goes
figures
down the
either.
fucking drain.
We know how much money Openhand was raising. We have their tax forms. There is no reason to be so vague here. Openhand was raising around $100,000 per year. The Association for Frontotemporal Degeneration, which is the organization Openhand donated $600,000 to, receives tens of millions of dollars in donations every single year. Openhand had to hoard money for 10 years to donate but a fraction of a single year of the AFTD's revenue. And Mooney is out here talking as if the Openhand Foundation was going to change the world if only we let them save up for just a few more years.
For example, if you make a restricted donation of, I don't know, $600,000 to a charity, and the donation is restricted only to research activities, the charity cannot then pull that money and spend it on employee salaries. Here's the catch, though. When Gerard states that the bigger the donation is, the better, this is true.
No shit, Sherlock. It doesn't need to be explained that a bigger donation is better. But that's not true if you need to withhold funds for a decade in order to do it. None of this should need...
If that's the case, then why the fuck is it so easy to like just give like make like a $1 donation to anything? Yeah, that's the thing that I don't get. Hey, also, let me hear that again. Why is this not? Why is this not fucking?
No shit,
Sorry.
Sherlock. It doesn't need to be explained.
Research activities, the charity cannot then pull that money and spend it on employee salaries. Here's the catch, though. When Gerard states that the bigger the donation is, the better, this is true.
No shit, Sherlock. It doesn't need to be explained that a bigger donation is better. But that's not true if you need to withhold funds for a decade in order to do it.
I don't know,
None of this should need explaining.
every like
and
2 years he
ultimately
donates
pointless to
everything
talk about
over here?
because not only is it not what Openhand said in their official statement, but it's also a giant red herring. The issue is not that Openhand held on to money. The issue is that Gerard was lying about where the money was going and what it was being used for. To spend so much energy talking about the morality of saving up money to make a large donation is to be extremely dense or extremely dishonest, and it merely serves as a distraction to the allegations that are being levied. Before we move on, I just need to bring up something I didn't mention in my response video. In his response video, Gerard said this about Indieland 2019.
Our books do reconcile, and these accusations are the result of bad math and missing information. The 2019 Indieland's net proceeds were $82,409.19, and when combined with $31,371.55 in revenue from the golf tournament and $10,000 from a direct supporter, it adds up to $123,780.74.
Gerard claims that Indieland 2019 only had total proceeds of $84,000, and this is why the tax filings are correct and there is no missing money. Previously, I had shown a tweet of Gerard's where he claimed it had earnings of $109,000.
That's kind of still missing, right?
$25,000. Some people said maybe this figure was wrong because, as the tweet says, these earnings are preliminary. Okay, sure, maybe this was premature. But then why in 2022 is Gerard saying this?
So back in 2019, Indieland hit a big milestone. We raised over $100,000 for dementia research, and as a result, we said that next year, in the year 2020, we'd be making Indieland a ticketed event that you could attend.
3 years later, he's still saying Indieland raised over $100,000 for dementia research. This isn't preliminary. So tell me, was Gerard lying in 2019? Was he lying in 2022? Or is he just lying now after it was discovered all of that money never made it to charity?
Or maybe he's been lying all along. He's not just been lying. He's not just been lying in those separate years. He's been lying every year. Maybe I could just do this.
Okay, so
I could just do this. Put the video. What the fuck is it going down? It doesn't matter. I'll just put it like
We
this.
finally have all of our allegations in a row, and we've reviewed the completionist's response. It's time to break down each allegation and weigh each one against the facts.
I give
and
the
law.
completionist response
Now we
my
get into the
completionist
meat and
rating
potatoes.
of
And I have to stress
donate
again
it.
that Mooney does not know the difference between facts and a YouTube video. If all you've done is watch a YouTube video, you do not know the facts. All you know is what I've told you. And if you don't know the facts, you cannot weigh the allegations against them. It's obviously troubling that you can't differentiate between the two. And this video wouldn't have been so much of a problem
lawyer.
if you made it clear that you were simply relying on YouTube videos and you have no idea what you're talking about when it comes to the situation. But that's not what you did. You made people believe, incorrectly, that you had examined the evidence when you did not.
Let me preface this section by stating that prior to this drama,
So,
I had
he
never
acted like
watched
a
a
YouTube lawyer.
completionist or Jobst or Mudahar video.
It worked
and I
with
don't have
the
a horse in this
evidence that
race.
it had, which
What
wasn't
Jobst,
really that
Mudahar,
good
and
to
Gerard
begin
get up
with.
to is generally not my concern, but I do care a lot about charity work, which is why I want to weigh in. Outside of that, I maintain
I'm
that
pretty
I
sure
have
everyone gives a
biases.
shit about charity
Mooney
work,
has
but
no
whatever.
idea who I am, who Mudahar is, or who the completionist is, and claims he doesn't have a horse in this race. However, from his statements in the video, it's clear that this is not the case. As we will see, Mooney creates false narratives about my thought process and my intentions. He makes false claims about me with no substantiation whatsoever, and his false claims are always as negative as possible. When it comes to Gerard, his interpretations are always positive, even though they are equally as false and uninformed.
Starting now, finally, with allegation number 1.
So he's
Let's
pretty much
analyze
talking
the
out of his
claims
ass.
And see whether
Right.
this allegation
Yeah,
is
we
plausible,
already got that.
implausible,
Much.
inconsequential,
That much.
or trouble. We'll start by asking a simple question. If
Here you
you are
are.
going to make a legal allegation pursuant to a legal term with legal consequences, where should you get your definitions from? Well, I'll tell you where you should
Maybe from a dictionary?
definitions from. Jobst and Mudahar both pull their definition of charity fraud, which is their primary and most severe allegation, from legalmatch.com, which is basically the lawyer's version of Christian Mingle. It helps prospective clients find lawyers. It's not a reliable legal resource. Jobst uses this definition. Charity fraud is when someone takes advantage of a charitable or non-profit organization for their own personal gain. But you see, this is not a legal definition. Open Hand is based in California. This is a legal definition.
Mooney really has a problem with the fact that I talk about fraud in the general sense. According to Mooney, us
Right, the way
plebs
that
who can't recite
most
the
people
specific
understand
legal
them.
statute aren't worthy of talking about fraud because it's too complicated. We as the public
Why is
should
it not
just sit this
pausing
one
the
out and let the amazing
There we go. Yeah, but the guy was pretty much like, actually, charity fraud is not that. It's actually this. he pretty much pulled out the
far
actually.
superior, far smarter people known as lawyers handle this one. Ultimately, Mooney tries to make this more complicated than it needs to be, because the definition he eventually arrives on is exactly the thing I'm accusing Gerard of. I
Yeah,
am fully
exactly.
aware of what
It doesn't
fraud
matter if
is,
it's the
and
same
that's exactly
fucking.
what I'm
Doesn't
saying
matter if
the
like the
completionist
definition is
did.
slightly
In my
different. It
videos,
means the
I
same
use
shit.
a simplified definition because it's just a YouTube video, and the point of a YouTube video
This
is
is
to
not a
effectively
no,
and
no,
efficiently
this is just
convey
the
an
same
idea
video that I
to
was,
a
that I
lot of
was
people.
watching.
The point of my YouTube
It's still the same
isn't
video.
to
It's like an
convict
hour and a
Gerard of a crime.
and a
That's
half long.
ridiculous, and therefore the specific statute doesn't apply in any way, shape, or form.
What's the difference here between definition 1 and definition 2 aside from the length and clarity? Well, definition 1, being a simplification, is unclear about what the terms takes advantage.
Simplification or
and
not, it still probably means the
and
same shit,
definition
man.
1 uses organization language when definition 2 uses purpose language.
Mooney does a bait and switch. He performs sleight of hand. He asserts this is a problem of definitions, but it really isn't. The definitions he uses don't change my opinion.
Yeah, it's like I said, like me saying, I want you to go, destroy yourself. I want you to go destroy yourself. Leave me alone. Don't bother me. It's like completely different to saying, go fuck yourself.
Because they still accurately fit the accusation I'm levying against Gerard. It doesn't matter what definition I put in the video, it doesn't change the facts, and it doesn't entirely encapsulate my own thought processes. Again, the purpose of a YouTube video is first and foremost to entertain, because if a video isn't easy to understand or entertaining, people won't watch it and I will get less money.
If you take money for charity reasons and you say something about what that charity is or does, how much it...
There's a good point though. If you're like explaining stuff to like a general audience, you need to like explain it in a general way, otherwise they're not gonna fucking understand it. That's just basic
costs
knowledge.
to reach out to get that money or how that money is going to be used.
Because I'm pretty
If
sure
you
most
can't
people
back
don't
up what
know
you said with
how
facts, then you're guilty of a
quote-unquote the law
misdemeanor,
works.
as long as you know what you said is untrue or you acted irresponsibly, when you really should have known the things you said were untrue. But Mooney, I can hear you say, that definition was exactly the same as the first one, right? This is just semantics. Well, if you think the distinctions are semantic, then respectfully, you aren't qualified to be calling this behavior certainly illegal.
These are the types of things that really make me believe Mooney might be malicious. He claims I said the behavior was certainly illegal while plastering the actual quote on screen, which shows something else. There is a big difference between almost certainly and certainly, and that difference is the reason I said almost. Not only did Mooney have to script this incorrectly, he had to see it while editing the video and believe it was acceptable to include.
He states that OpenHand has partnered with or worked with organizations, including the USF and the Alzheimer's Association. And he states that
I did mention they was
proceeds go towards
connected
charity.
to those organizations,
we
but
know from
again,
the
nothing
tax
came out of it.
returns that OpenHand's accumulated funds were not, in fact, being used anywhere at the time these statements were made. That said, these statements are not conclusive, direct evidence of wrongdoing. This is circumstantial evidence, and we can interpret these statements either charitably or uncharitably.
Mooney talks about these issues as if they haven't already been specifically addressed by Gerard himself. I've already asked Gerard why he was name-dropping organizations when he knew they weren't being sent money, and his response was insufficient, to put it lightly. During our call, Gerard admitted that he found out in 2022 the money hadn't been donated.
I was made
Right,
aware
you already
in
mentioned that,
2021 when the
before.
money hadn't moved yet, and that's what made me go, that's not fucking
That's not
cool.
fucking
And
cool,
that's when
yeah.
I got
You already heard
involved
that.
to move it. And
Did
no, not
anyone...
2021, last year, 2022.
And because I had already done a lot of research into the matter, I knew that Gerard was still saying in 2023 that he was funding organizations.
We are raising money for dementia research in honor of my late mom, trying to help folks who've been impacted by dementia, working with organizations like USF, FTD Association of America,
Yeah, there we
Alzheimer's
go.
Association of America, and so many more.
If you listen
Mentioning
to the call that
those
Mudahar uploaded to
organizations,
his
then
channel,
nothing came
you'll
out
hear
of-
that after
came-
the
nothing
technical
came of it.
difficulties, call 2 begins with this.
So, can you guys
Oh,
hear
there's
me?
actually a part
I can hear
2.
you. Yeah.
Oh, because he
To answer your
had
question,
some
Carl,
internet
I
problems.
don't have an answer. You know, I think that's my fuck up.
What's interesting is that I've never seen a single person ask what question Gerard is responding to. This might be really important. During technical difficulties, Gerard said that he could hear us, but we couldn't hear him. While Gerard was trying to get his microphone figured out, I asked him this question. And the reason I didn't include this in any of my videos is just because Mudahar was playing clips that were recorded in the audio, so it didn't sound good. But you can still hear what I ask. I did want to ask one thing, but it's kind of a bad question to ask if Gerard can't respond immediately, you know? But I just,
that I'll portray this.
the reason why this is a bigger problem than it otherwise may have been is because Gerard, when you were on Indie Land, even recently, you were saying that you were giving money to people. You were giving money to UCSF, AFTD, and Alzheimer's Association. And I just wasn't sure why you were saying those things publicly if you knew that the money was not being sent anywhere. Now we can listen to Gerard's answer.
Maybe it was
knowing the
something like
context.
So,
maybe it was something like he was planning on giving maybe them. He was like doing considerations with that organization. Like there was some interviews and shit, but maybe nothing came out of it. And he just didn't like. Oh, he just didn't bother telling people that was like, oh, nothing came out of this organization. But we still have other options, so don't worry. Yeah, he never mentioned anything about that.
can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Can you
Yeah, I
Yeah.
can hear you. Yeah.
hear- To answer your question, Carl, I don't have an answer. You know, I think that's my fuck up. I have personally donated to AFTD and Alzheimer's Association over the years, and that's where, again, I assumed the money was going there to support them as we were talking negotiations about working with them. I don't really have a true answer for that, and that's on me completely, and I will own up to that.
This answer is not good. I mean, he even says he doesn't have an answer and that it's his fuck-up. He then says that he made personal contributions to those organizations, which doesn't count, and says he assumed the money was going there. But that makes no sense because he already admitted that he knew in 2022. I distinctly...
Wait a minute, hold on. Now, are you hearing that? The fuck? Pretty sure that's supposed to like erase the background noise. Yeah, you can hear that. Now. I might have to do some tinkering with the microphone again later. Yeah, maybe. Dude, I got rejected for like... Nope. Never mentioned that. Why are you saying that on stream?
remember immediately understanding
Why are you
during
saying that
call
on stream?
that Gerard was spouting
Do you want people to know that you got rejected? Why would you want? Why do you want people to know that?
And this is one of the reasons I didn't say much during that call.
Working with or even partnering with an organization doesn't necessarily imply funding it. Susan G. Komen is a public charity for breast cancer awareness, but their actual contributions to breast cancer research are somewhat limited. And that's okay. That's not only legal, but arguably, depending on one's perspectives, also ethical. It could be the case that Open Hand is working with USF or the Alzheimer's Association in ways that aren't necessarily reflected on the tax returns.
Why are you speculating when this question has already been asked and answered? Mooney tries to argue that maybe when Gerard says worked with, he means it in a way that doesn't involve money. But Gerard uses the words worked with in a very specific way. For example, take a look at this clip.
Donate money via Tiltify. All the money goes to the Open Hand Foundation, an organization that we started in honor of my mom, and all that money goes to dementia research. We don't touch any of it. We just work with the people who do need the money, and we help them do their thing.
There is only one way to reasonably interpret this. Gerard would then go to use the same terminology when listing the organizations he works with.
We are raising money for dementia research in honor of my late mom, trying to help folks who've been impacted by dementia.
Still catching the
USF, FTT Association of America, Alzheimer's Association of America, and so many more.
But even ignoring the fact that Gerard clearly means he's funding these entities,
the
Open Hand Foundation doesn't work with the UCSF in any other capacity, which is why they quietly scrubbed any mention of the UCSF from their website after their lies were exposed. For years, the UCSF was listed as a beneficiary on the Open Hand website, but a few weeks ago,
they removed
this
it when it
entire
got called out
page
for
was
it,
deleted.
which makes
that
it
doesn't
very
seem like
fucking
something
suspicious.
a charity would do if they were in fact working with them. It kind of seems like they are deleting evidence because they were caught in a lie. And for the record, one of the first things I did was reach out to the UCSF asking if they had received any money. This was back in October, weeks before I even spoke with Gerard, but they never responded to me. I bring this up because I've seen people claim I didn't even bother to let the UCSF know or ask them for confirmation. They assume this because it's not in my videos. But again, the videos do not cover everything. The Open Hand Foundation also doesn't work with the Alzheimer's Association in any capacity. In 2021, the Alzheimer's Association posted on their website a story that Gerard wrote about his mother. After it came to light the Open Hand Foundation was using their name and not actually donating money, they
got rid of it.
immediately deleted this article,
there we go.
which you can now only find on the Wayback Machine. This doesn't seem like the actions of an organization that the Open Hand Foundation was working with. This seems like the actions of an organization that realized Open Hand was lying about its association with it and wanted to distance itself. These events weren't in my videos, which of course means you had no idea of their existence. And you don't even have to take my...
Yeah, exactly. It reminds me of that one situation where game Sea of Stars, that game had a cameo from the completionist, but then after the whole controversy happened, they just kind of removed it. Looking into research about the completionist in a Reddit post about a month ago, explained a little bit. It is good that you make your own research, get your own conclusion, but I think you need better stuff than just Reddit. Isn't it CS Stars? Okay, yeah. So at least you know as well about the whole CS Stars thing. Yeah, the whole cameo that's just they just removed it from the game after the whole controversy.
My word for it. Gerard admitted that's what he was doing.
During several recent IndieLand events, press interviews, and podcasts, I went on record saying where the money was going to and that the Open Hand Foundation had worked with various organizations.
But here is what's amazing about these people. Even though it's clear as day that Gerard meant he was giving these organizations money, even though Gerard himself said he didn't have an answer for doing this and that it was his fuck-up, even though Open Hand has scrubbed all mentions of the UCSF from their website, even though the Alzheimer's Association deleted any mention of the Open Hand Foundation from their website, even though Gerard has had months to say how Open Hand was working with these organizations if they actually were, and he hasn't, people will still claim that maybe Gerard meant he wasn't giving them money, but was
he
working
like
with
CS
them in
Stars?
some
Yeah,
other
he
way.
was a
That's how
cameo
deluded
in the
these
game.
people are.
And the times where Gerard has stated that funding has occurred
That, and I
might be
think
obvious
they made
miscommunications or simple
they even made a
misunderstandings,
trophy or
human
achievement
error that no
with his
reasonable
name,
person would take
I
seriously.
think.
Of course, Open Hand isn't a primary funder of the University of San Francisco.
That last one might
Any
be a pain in the ass to
reasonable
get
person would
changed
see
though.
that this was a
Yeah,
misstatement
no, you can kind of
made
keep
by
it.
a very clearly nervous individual trying to do public speaking.
Oh, this is beautiful. You really have
Play the
no
game, do you
idea
wanna
who
play it?
Gerard
Yeah, it
is,
kinda
do
it
you?
looks fun.
Mooney paints
It's very
Gerard to be a bumbling buffoon who's
not
camera
Xenoblade,
shy and struggles to do public
it
speaking.
looks like one of
Because
those
Gerard is so
old
nervous, he accidentally lies about what his
JRPGs,
charity
like Chrono
is
Trigger.
doing. The reality is that Gerard Khalil is a professional actor with a double bachelor in film and theatre. He has produced hundreds of YouTube videos and live streams where he is performing public speaking. He was one of
good
the
old map
main
there.
hosts of the G4 reboot. He has done many live speaking engagements. His entire career is built upon talking in front of a camera. Mooney's interpretation of the situation is so out of touch, it's a genuine achievement.
If one interprets these statements uncharitably, though, then it looks like Gerard is obfuscating the truth of the matter, which is that the money going into Open Hand isn't...
I'm looking up CS Stars. It looks like they got rid of yeah. Like I already said, Scrub. I already mentioned that they got rid of it. It was like a little cameo, but I don't remember if it was also a trophy in the game.
Takes from the get-go.
Dude, he already admitted it.
If we take this uncharitable approach and then apply the facts to our legal definition, if Gerard did actually know that Open Hand was holding on to all of the money, or he should have known that this was the case, but he continued to say that he's worked with all of these charities and has donated money to help families, he is guilty of a misdemeanor.
Well, that's good to know because Gerard literally admitted to knowing that the funds weren't being donated in 2022 and still continued to lie in 2023. So what more is there to be said?
Here's the thing, though. Legal justice, unlike YouTube drama, has some rules of engagement. And a fundamental rule of justice is that people are innocent until proven guilty. And so, I'm inclined to consider Gerard's statement charitable.
Did you not hear
Gerard's
what I just
case,
said?
he was already
He
proven
admitted it.
guilty.
Even if one says, okay, I believe OpenHand has worked with the organizations it says it has and has contributed something, if not
Yeah, he
funds,
was already
to
proven
parents
guilty,
who are
so now
trying
you're
to
just
figure
making a
out
fool out of
dementia,
yourself.
etc. Then one could still make the argument that Gerard should have known that his statements may have been misleading. This is especially the case for the most recent Indieland event, at which time I believe Jobst had already conducted the interview with Gerard and made his intentions known.
Wait, what? You believe that during Indieland 2023 I'd already spoken to Gerard? Why would you need to believe anything? It would take 2 seconds to check, and if you did that, you'd know that you're completely wrong. Indieland was October 27 to 29, and I emailed OpenHand on November 4. These emails, with the dates, are shown in my video. And obviously the call had to happen after the emails because we spoke at length about the emails during this conversation. Oh, but that's right, you didn't listen to the call and have no idea what you're talking about.
Gerard, even if the statements he made are considered charitably, has arguably uttered a false statement about OpenHand negligently, without due consideration of the facts which by use of ordinary care he should have known. This potential argument of negligence is corroborated by Gerard's statement that he didn't know that OpenHand had never donated the money. It could be argued that Gerard, as the primary fundraiser for OpenHand and as an officer of that organization, should have known that OpenHand hadn't made any monetary distributions and thus acted negligently when making his statements implying that it had.
Mooney goes on for several minutes talking about how if Gerard was negligent, it may still be charity fraud. Though again, Gerard already admitted that he knew the money wasn't donated, so we know this isn't negligence.
That said, given what I've seen of Gerard's statements and of the law itself, I'm inclined to call this initial allegation of charity fraud plausible.
Despite knowing nothing about the situation, Mooney still says charity fraud is plausible, which goes to show just how bad things really are.
And despite agreeing
It's
that
not bad,
Jobs'
man,
allegation
just
of
because he
charity
just
fraud is
doesn't know the
plausible
full
here,
context.
I still have strong feelings about
Oh,
his
yeah.
sloppy
Did
research.
try to listen, he just
As such, I'm
didn't
going
listen
to
to it
further
properly.
distinguish this finding of plausible by stating that Jobs' initial statement in his first video that Gerard's behavior was almost certainly illegal is trouble. This is not how justice works. You don't find the label to fit the deed and then gather evidence after the fact. You can't start with, it's definitely charity fraud, and then go hunting for evidence. Because if you go hunting for witches, you will inevitably find them.
There are so many things both wrong and insulting here, it's going to take a bit to break down. First of all, gotta love the irony of accusing me of sloppy research. Mooney thinks...
Why is the CPU so high right now? What the hell? Probably updating something. Let's try that. Yeah, there we go. You know, yeah, I changed the noise suppression thing. Yeah, I think this one might do. Maybe.
reading
They
a
did say
legal
they
statute
use a lot
means
more
you're an
CPU.
expert on a subject and you've done worthwhile research. Well, instead of doing that, I investigated the actual facts of the matter. And because Mooney didn't, he looks like a total fool.
This is not how justice works. You don't find the label to fit the deed and then gather evidence after the fact. You can't start with, it's definitely charity fraud, and then go hunting for evidence.
Mooney is lying about what happened. Or would it be better if I said he
Not
was being
Moon-
negligent?
not real wise,
Mooney has
Mark. He just
absolutely
doesn't
no
get
idea
it.
about the timeline of
Doesn't
events.
fully get
He
the
doesn't
context,
even know
I
when I
guess.
spoke with Gerard. So why is he claiming to know when I came to my conclusion, and why? Is he under the impression...
Looking at the trophy tree list, I don't see one with his name in it. Okay, it might be a different game though, because I do remember that some games had like the completionist thing, but it might be something else.
that I woke up one day and randomly
it might just be
decided
the
that the Open Hand
CSRs. It might
Foundation
just be the
committed charity
cameo.
fraud, and then I started trying to find evidence for that. That's not how it works. I conducted an investigation and came to the conclusion that charity fraud had taken place. By the time I made my first video, Gerard had already confessed to being a liar. I already had all of the facts necessary to know that fraud had taken place. And no, they were not all put into that first video. And the reason all the facts weren't put into the first video is because, again, the point of a YouTube video is not to convict someone of a crime. This isn't a courtroom where you might have
It's just
2 weeks to outline
yeah, it's just
all
to
of
show
the evidence.
some
My
proof
goal
or
was
evidence
to make a short and concise
that
video
can
to announce my
maybe be used in
conclusion
court,
and give a
maybe?
few examples
I
as to
don't
what
know.
I'm talking about.
The initial evidence presented
I
in
don't-
Jobs' first
I
video
seriously doubt
is
that
not
courts can
nearly enough
maybe
for him
take
to draw a
evidence from
conclusion of
from
illegal
stuff like
behavior
YouTube
with
and shit like
certainty.
that.
And it does come across a bit like a witch hunt.
Maybe, I don't know.
a
I don't know how
proper
the court
investigation.
works.
See, he did it again. He mischaracterized what I said and claimed I said I was certain, which is a lie. And again, he incorrectly asserts that a YouTube video is supposed to be a complete compendium of evidence.
Yeah, there we
or
go.
that I based my conclusion solely
Yeah, now
on the
I finally
contents of
changed
that video.
the noise
These
suppression
are wild
thing.
assumptions
It's
that come out of
way
nowhere,
better now.
and Mooney does this a lot. So this might be a blind spot for him, and he's not aware that he does this. But let's rewind a bit, because this isn't the first time Mooney accused me of starting with a conclusion and working from there. A few minutes ago, he said this.
This uncharitable position is the one Jobs takes from the get-go.
This uncharitable position is one that Jobs takes from the get-go. Mooney does not substantiate this claim in any way, or provide any rationale for this conclusion. He paints an extremely negative picture about me and my intentions. But there is no reason to come to this conclusion, or at least, Mooney doesn't present any reasons.
Right,
He
this
just
boy
says
just
this
feels
as
like
though
an
it's
actual
fact,
fucking
even
court with
though
the
it
going
couldn't be
the back
further
and
from
forth.
the truth. This is where the clear bias becomes apparent. Gerard's motivations are always taken charitably by Mooney, but for me, I'm never afforded such luxury. If I think Gerard is lying, it's not because there might be a good reason, it's just because I had that position from the very beginning. Not once does Mooney ever ask why I don't believe Gerard. Not once does Mooney even entertain the possibility that there might be a good reason I think the way that I do. Ultimately, Mooney takes Gerard's words charitably because Mooney is ignorant. It's the exact same reason he gets everything else wrong. How do I put this? Gerard is a
I have a microphone, but people kept saying I was real quiet. You do know that in OBS you can add, you can't just, you can add sound to it. Yeah, you can decrease the volume of stuff, but you can also increase it. But you have to do it on the, you have to do it on the advanced audio properties. Like, hold on. See if I can try showing it. Let's see. This one? Yeah, here we go. You can go to over here on the advanced audio properties, and then you can add to it. Yeah, it says here minus, but then you can actually put you can increase the audio. Yeah, decrease you can do it here with the slider, but when you have to increase the volume, you have to do it with the advanced audio properties. You just have to type it in. Okay. Here we go. Back to this.
a liar. He has absolutely no regard for the truth, and he does not care if what he is
But you
saying
might also
is
need
correct.
to do
He will
some
just say
stuff
whatever
with
he
the
thinks
filters
sounds
on
good
OBS
in
to
any
fix the
moment.
mic,
He's kind of like
which
a watered down
you probably
Tommy
have to
Tallarico. And
do
like
some
Tommy
testing
Tallarico,
on
you
your
can't
own
appreciate
time.
just how much Gerard lies until you really pay attention to what he says. Gerard lies about everything, but let's focus on one example. Let's look at Gerard's mother's battle with dementia. I'm using this example because it's probably the thing he's talked about the most, and it's also very important because it's what
I mean,
the
on Discord,
Open Hand
you can
Foundation
also
is dedicated
increase
to. She
volume.
is the very reason for its existence. Gerard's mother was diagnosed with dementia in 2003.
You might have
and
to go on
this
to
is
the
an important
settings
date because it's
on
when the
Discord
Open
to
Hand
fix that.
Foundation claims to have started fundraising for dementia research. This diagnosis date is confirmed on the Open Hand website. On the AFTD website within the press release for the recent $600,000 donation, this year is again confirmed. Gerard was born on the 3rd of January 1988. Because his birthday is so early in January, this makes it easy to know how old he is in any given year. In 2003, Gerard was 15, and Gerard has also confirmed he was 15 when she was diagnosed.
When I was 15, when she was officially diagnosed, it took 5 years to get her diagnosed.
Now, based on the information I've presented to you, you would think it was
what
safe to
volume
assume
was
she
it
was
before?
diagnosed in 2003. But then in Gerard's response video, he said this.
She was officially diagnosed with FTD 4 years later when I was 14.
Given that his response video was carefully scripted, you'd assume this statement was correct, which would put her diagnosis year as 2002. In a Story Collider speech, Gerard again confirmed
this
she
is
was
like a
14
year
years
after
old when
I
she
was
was
born.
diagnosed. He even gave the exact day it happened.
And it took almost 2.5 years from there. I was 14 years old. It was my first day of high school. And we're all getting together. I get called
That
out of
one I can
class.
probably,
We go
I can
to
kind
the
of get why I
doctor's
got wrong.
office
I mean,
over
even
in
I sometimes get
Gardena,
my,
and the doctor
even
says,
I tend to
"Your
like
mom has been
need to
diagnosed
calculate
with
how old I am
frontotemporal
sometimes.
dementia."
This story is really specific. He gives his age, the day it happened, and where it happened. Gerard also reconfirms this story in his now deleted 2021 Alzheimer's Association blog post.
What?
And he
Was
has
3 years ago?
confirmed this age during his Indieland streams.
Since she got diagnosed when I was 14, roughly.
Okay, so now we are not sure if it was 2003 or 2002. This is a tough one because you would assume the Open Hand Foundation would list the year correctly, given that it's so important. But on the other hand, Gerard's story had so many details, it's hard to imagine he was lying. In any case, it's somewhere around there, right? Well, maybe, because then you've also got this.
A cause very close, near, and dear to my heart. When I was 10 years old, my mom got diagnosed with dementia.
For those of you guys who
now
don't
it's
know,
10.
when I
Well.
was about 10 years old, I found out that my mom had dementia, a very specific rare kind called frontotemporal dementia. When I was 10 years old, I found out that my mom had dementia.
First it was
To give you
15,
guys an
then it's
idea, a little
14, now
background
it's
on me,
10. What the hell?
When I was 10, my mom got diagnosed with frontotemporal dementia, which is essentially...
When Gerard was 10 years old, the year was 1998. And before Mooney jumps in and says he was saying all this because he was just camera shy, he has also tweeted that he was 10 years old when she was diagnosed on multiple occasions. So now she was either diagnosed in 2003, 2002, or 1998. Let's try and look at this another way. We know that she died in 2013, so if Gerard tells us how long she lived after diagnosis, we can trace things back to get the correct year.
From diagnosis, the doctor said that she had about 18 months to 5 years to live. But because my family and I fought so hard, my mom lived 15 years after diagnosis.
This is a scripted video, so it seems a bit more legit. 15 years before
I mean, the other ones are
2013
also
is
pretty legit.
1998. But what about this?
Lived until about 2013. So she lived 16 years after diagnosis, and is one of the hardest fighting survivors of her illness, specifically from diagnosis to death. So
16 years before 2013
You
is
might need to save up to get
1997.
a better
so now the
microphone,
potential
though.
diagnosis years have increased to 4.
Because then I've seen they just use like a regular headset, and the audio isn't that really that good. So you might just need to save up on a better microphone.
I could go all day. But listen to that last clip again, because Gerard said something interesting.
she lived 16 years after diagnosis, and is one of the hardest fighting
16?
survivors of her illness, specifically from diagnosis to death. So
He said she was one of the hardest fighting survivors, specifically from diagnosis to death. That's a very, very interesting claim. I don't really know what it's supposed to mean, but let's check the life expectancy for people diagnosed with FTD. I'm going to use the AFTD website because it's the one Gerard donated $600,000 to. So if he thinks they are an authority, that's fine by me. According to the AFTD, people diagnosed with FTD have a life expectancy of 7 to 13 years. I gotta be honest, I don't believe a single word Gerard says, so I'm going to go with the Open Hand website and assume her diagnosis was in 2003, which means she survived
Okay,
for
so
10
you
years
just
after
dramatized
diagnosis,
it for the video,
which
I
is right
guess?
smack bang in the middle of the average life expectancy. So again, I don't really know what Gerard means.
Damn it,
But it's
wrong
not the
one.
only time he's ever said something like that.
And she went on to have it for 16 years. She's one of the oldest, or the longest lasting person from diagnosis of her illness. She got it when I was 10, and she passed away when I was 26.
I am someone who has who had a
Okay.
mom who had dementia. I was 10 years old when my mom got dementia.
You don't have
She
STDs, you
passed
don't get
away
that
when
from
I was
sex, right?
26. So she actually was one of the longest surviving members of FTD, or I shouldn't say members, but really people diagnosed with FTD.
Now he says she's one of the longest lasting from
FTD, not
diagnosis of her
STD.
illness. This claim is starting to get pretty crazy. But how long can people actually live with FTD? Again, according to the AFTD, the length of progression varies from 2 to over 20 years. So people can live over 20 years with FTD. This tracks with other sources which say the same
He
thing.
mentioned it. He
This
said
makes me
FTD,
really
not
curious what
STD.
Gerard meant. But check this
STD
out.
is a
In
completely different
2017,
thing.
He said this.
My mom was a strong as hell woman. She went down fighting every single step of the way. And more importantly, she is the longest lasting survivor of to date with someone who's been diagnosed with frontotemporal dementia. They gave her 6 months. She said, screw you, I'm going to live 15 years. She pushed the boundaries of what science knew and what people knew about this illness.
This
I
is the
know,
most
yeah, this
insane
feels like he
claim
just
I've ever
dramatized
heard Gerard make.
for the video.
She's the longest lasting person ever. She pushed the boundaries of what science knew. This is intense. Gerard obviously knew how crazy this lie was because he never made it again after this and toned it down a lot in those other clips I showed. Gerard also just makes things up. He claims that people who are diagnosed with FTD live for 6.5 months.
Usually someone who's diagnosed with FTD lasts about 6.5 months.
Not 6 months, not 7 months, 6.5 months. I think this is funny how specific it is, given
Right,
that
but
it's
then
so
the
utterly
life
wrong.
expectancy is
It
like
claims that
7
most people
7
with
to
dementia
13 years,
die
so
of
the math
malnutrition,
doesn't add
which
up.
is also just flat out wrong.
The most common factor upon death for dementia patients is lack of appetite and just not eating. Most people who die of dementia die because they stop eating.
Usually someone who's diagnosed with FTD lasts about 6.5 months. Mostly due to malnutrition, just not getting enough food, not eating enough, not being present.
The leading cause of death for those with dementia is pneumonia. This is confirmed by both a 2009 and 2023 study, with cancer and heart disease following behind. Talking directly on this point, Alzheimer's Research UK states that people with dementia can sometimes die directly as a result of lack of food or drink, although this is rare. Let's look at something a bit more light-hearted, Gerard's job at Best Buy. Apparently Gerard was a good salesman, and because of Gerard, his Best Buy did really well.
I work at Best Buy selling games. And the thing about Best Buy is I got a visceral fucking high selling video games. I earned nothing for selling video games, but I was selling passion. That's the
Why is
thing
the
that
model
I
still
got.
jumping?
And I loved it. I loved it so much. And I didn't earn any extra money for it.
Why is the model still jumping when I'm not talking? What the hell? That's weird. Okay, that was weird.
I'm just saying, like, hey,
Yeah, I
Mario
just tinker with
Kart is
OBS.
fucking good.
You just change like just change from and back to the microphone.
And my Best Buy store was getting incredibly weirded out because Because if you look at the
Because if you, I
charts
don't know
of,
if you
like,
noticed, but sometimes the model jumps when I'm not even talking.
You
So, I
kind
don't
of
know.
saw that our Best
No,
Buy
I think it's
was like number
normal
one
now, maybe.
in our territory for video games.
You kind of saw that our Best Buy was like number one in our territory. This is really weird language to use. Either it was number one in the territory or it wasn't. How can you kind of see that your store was like number one? It just seems like Gerard is making
Maybe
this
charts,
up.
I guess?
But this isn't the only time he's talked like this.
Because in my store, we had some of the highest sales numbers in the country in regards to video games. Because I was that weird guy that would dumpster dive at GameStop to get statues like that, clean it off, and then bring it into Best Buy. And I'd put it there because I want people excited about buying a game.
Yep.
Like,
now he's saying that because of him, his Best Buy had some of the best sales numbers.
I mean, there is a good strategy though. I remember there was like a store when I was like still in my first college, where I would always go to Sex to buy some games. There was like another store next to it that sold like brand new games. It had like this giant ass fucking Batman statue from I think Arkham City. Yeah, it looked fucking cool still. It looked very cool.
In the country, not just the territory. I don't know if this is true or not, but Gerard would then go on
Although
to
I
say
don't think
this.
the store's there anymore.
And it actually
Kinda
changed my
sucks, though.
entire approach of how
Because I really like
marketed
that
and sell
statue.
games in the store. And because of G4, we became the biggest Best Buy in the country to sell video games because I was basically copying Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb and how they talked about games. And
Something
I just took it so
that you don't.
personally.
That you don't.
So now, Gerard single-handedly made his Best Buy the biggest in the country. There are over 1,000 Best Buys in the US, and Gerard's was the biggest because of him. But then I wonder
Although I
why
didn't
there
buy
are
anything from
articles
that
like
store,
this
but
Screen
it was
Rant
always
one, where
cool to
Gerard
see that
claims he worked at Best
statue
Buy
every
for
time I went
5.5
there.
years and felt aimless because he was passed up on a promotion. They really didn't want to promote the guy that made their store the biggest in the country, but then Gerard says the complete opposite and says that he had multiple opportunities to go to corporate because he was so good at his job.
I had a couple of opportunities to go to Best Buy at a corporate level and to help restructure things because in my store we had some of the highest sales numbers in the country in regards to video games.
Even his reason for quitting
He may
Best
say
Buy
he was in the
changes.
region,
In
not
a
the
2020
country.
Las Vegas Review-Journal interview, Gerard said that after JonTron introduced him to Egoraptor and Dex Bonus,
Yeah, that's the thing that I was mentioning before. If you lied about something, if you lied about one thing, he's probably gonna lie about other things. That's just the thing with anyone that lies. You're gonna lie about one thing, you're gonna lie about
it
other
inspired
stuff.
him to pursue
And
gaming
it looks like I was
videos,
kind of
and so
right
he quit
on
the
that
next
one.
day. However, in a 2016 video Gerard uploaded to his second channel, he tells a very specific story about pitching an idea to his manager and getting shut down.
Now again, I was just a kid. I was just a young college kid with stupid ambitions and dreams, but I thought, you know what? If I am to be here, I'm gonna make the best of it. And so I pitched my idea to
Why is that box
my Best Buy
I
manager.
I think that's the
he
one
was
from,
like,
from
wow,
God
this
of
is really
the
cool.
Pandora's box from God of
And that
War.
was it.
Maybe.
And it sucked. It drove me crazy because I ran analytical data to prove that what
Oh,
I was
what's it
doing
called? Maybe
was
it's something
working.
from Dark
I had
Souls,
receipts
maybe.
and facts and proof and people, you know, giving me congratulations on doing such a good job because I was adamant and passionate about making it work. This exact exchange I had with the manager at the time is the reason why I left Best Buy, because every time I kept reinventing ways to sell games, to talk to people, to communicate.
But then, in a 2022 interview with Chris Denker, he tells this extremely bizarre story about getting into a fight with his manager and buying equipment with $1 bills.
Manager calls me over for the fourth time and goes, "What's the problem? Why can't you sell the TV?" And I was like, he didn't want a fucking TV. He wanted a cable. He wanted to get out of here. And he goes, he doesn't know what he wants. You tell him what you want. And I heard that and I was like, oh, so that's how we do business here. Like, that's how you see this. Like we tell
How the
people
fuck
what they
you-
want.
I want a cable. No, you're
And
getting
then
the
he just
TV.
pulled me
Like
aside
what?
and goes, listen here, you little privileged piece of shit. You listen to me. Like you do what I tell you. If you keep this up, you'll be working here forever. And that was it. The switch flipped. I turned to the old lady and I was like, ma'am, I'm gonna say something really rude. Excuse me. Turned to the guy and said, fuck you. I quit, you piece of shit.
Let's go.
Turned back to the lady and I was like, let's go get your iPod. So I like sold her iPod, sent her on her way.
You have no idea how many hours I wasted going down this stupid rabbit hole of Gerard lies. He lies constantly. He legitimately doesn't seem to care if what he is saying is true, and he exaggerates all the time. My mum was the longest living person ever with FTD. I made my Best Buy the biggest in the country. My charity is the main funding
but then he said
support
he was
partner
in
for the UCSF.
from the region, not the
Gerard
country.
is a bullshit artist. It's just what Gerard does. And this, Mooney, is why I do not take Gerard's statements charitably. And now it's time to look at the allegation of embezzlement.
Yeah. It's always the ones that you least
The
expect.
allegation that Gerard lied
Which
about what
fucking sucks.
Openhand is doing and has done is charity fraud. And even if Gerard is
But
charged
yeah,
with charity fraud,
yeah, it's like
it
kids.
is
Kids always
ultimately
like
a
fucking lie
simple
about
misdemeanor.
anything.
It's like shoplifting. The allegation that Gerard stole money from Open Hand is potentially far more serious. If the value of these stolen funds exceeds $950, which it would, then this charge of embezzlement is no mere misdemeanor. It is a felony under California law, with a fine up to $10,000 and a term of up to 3 years in state prison. Jobs states in his final response that he doesn't even know how embezzlement got brought into the allegations, which worries me.
I can't embezzle.
No,
I
didn't.
can't
never
steal money.
said
I don't
that.
know what
Again,
embezzlement
me
is.
straight up lying about what I said in my video. All I said is that I never used the word, and then I went on to explain what it means.
The sloppiness of the legal research really comes through here when we discuss Jobst's arguments surrounding embezzlement. In Jobst's final video, he pulls this.
Yeah, that's like
definition
really the
of
fucking Sniper Wolf argument. I can't be charged with that, with harassment. I don't know what that is.
embezzlement from Google. How do I know that? Well, I typed definition of embezzlement into Google and this automatic generation popped up right at the top. Now look, for a non-legal definition, this is fine, but this is a legal accusation and this is not a legal definition, and there is a very big difference.
Although, again, legal definition probably means the same thing because it's just a general
We are talking about a
meaning.
YouTube video where I am trying to convey what embezzlement means in simple terms to an audience of 1 million people. This isn't a courtroom. I'm not convicting Gerard of a crime. I am not the state. Mooney even says that
Yeah,
for a
he's just
general
showing evidence,
definition,
it's
it's
actual
fine,
part,
which it
not
is.
convicting
Of
of
course,
anything.
I can give a
Just
general
showing
definition
stuff
to the
that he
public so that
he
everyone isn't
fucked up.
confused as to what I'm talking about. I used the Google definition because it is a simple and easy to understand definition of embezzlement. I didn't use that to form my own opinion, nor would I use that definition to charge Gerard with a crime. You're just assuming that because you never asked me and you characterize all of my actions in bad faith. And what you'll find is that even though I used a simple definition to explain the concept, the content of my video still completely covers the legal definition that Mooney presents. So all of this talk
it's
about
just
the
the
definition
simplified
is
version of it.
ultimately meaningless.
Jobs argues that Gerard is admitting to embezzlement when Gerard says that the money donated during Indieland is going to charity, and that he, meaning Gerard, wasn't touching any of it. Gerard says this very frequently, when in fact, according to Jobs, the money is not going to charity as it is just sitting there, and some of that money is being used on expenses, when Gerard suggests that he has had to personally cover expenses for Indieland in the past. So, since Gerard says all money goes to charity, that he hasn't touched any of the donations, and that Indieland expenses have at times been covered out of pocket, when the tax returns show that Open Hand has spent money on expenses, Gerard is lying, and thus his actions constitute, and I quote, admitting to embezzlement.
This is all completely wrong. Mooney appears to have absolutely no idea what the allegations are. I made it very clear in my video why I was accusing Gerard of embezzlement, and it went straight over Mooney's head. He gave himself one job. He didn't bother to do any research outside of my YouTube videos, and even then, despite limiting himself to a tiny sliver of the information available, he still couldn't even understand that. So let me explain again.
Damn.
Gerard solicited donations in the form
Imagine
of bits,
doing your
subs,
job
and
right.
merge
Yeah,
to
right.
himself. He did not solicit them to Open Hand. This is because he solicited them to his own Twitch channel. So when people gave money through his Twitch channel with bits and subs, they gave money directly to Gerard. Gerard said he was going to send all of that money to the Open Hand Foundation, but he didn't. That money never made it to Open Hand. Instead, Gerard spent it himself. Furthermore,
Spent it or
Gerard
just
said
kept it
many
on-
times that
in the
all of
bank,
the money was going to dementia
or
research.
counter.
Bits, subs, gift subs, super chats, memberships, anything financially involved with the show goes to dementia research. Please,
Guys, as a reminder, bits, gift subs, and donations all go towards
It's
dementia
all
research.
good. However you can get it to us.
Everything on stream today, whether you're donating bits or subs or
donations towards any goals via the Tiltify account. If you buy a T-shirt, anything like that, all the money goes towards
Right, I figured I
dementia
showed
research.
all these ones
We make none of
We're
it. It all
just
goes
pretty
for
much
the good cause.
saying all
Donate
the
money via
organizations what
Tiltify.
they
All
supposedly
the money goes to Open
gonna
Hand
give the money
Foundation, an
to.
organization that we started in honor of my mom, and all that money goes to dementia research.
This isn't a vague statement like all money is going to charity, it's very specific. Gerard specifically said many times all of the money donated will go to dementia research. But when he got the money, he spent a large chunk of it on his own expenses. You cannot say that all of the money is going to dementia research and then spend it on flights and hotels, which Gerard admitted he did.
There were real production costs when it comes to running this event. We paid for flights, hotels, appearance fees, supplies, food and catering, costs of good for merchandise, etc. All of that totaled just under $12,000. This is still an outstanding invoice, as not everything has been received or paid yet. Income from Twitch subscriptions and bits, along with merchandise, have offset some of the production costs.
Notice how Mooney only quotes Gerard as saying the money is going to charity. He hides the fact that Gerard made very clear statements as to what the money would be used for. This comes across as cherry-picking the statements he wants to consider.
So, since Gerard says all money goes to charity, that he hasn't touched any of the donations, and that Indieland expenses have at times been covered out of pocket, when the tax returns show that Open Hand has spent money on expenses, Gerard is lying, and thus his actions constitute, and I quote, admitting to an...
The fuck is it still doing that shit? Hold on. Yeah, even had the fucking noise suppression thing on Discord. It's not doing anything. Video. Weird. Yeah, whatever.
embezzlement.
Mooney devotes an entire section of his video arguing against allegations that never happened. He seems to honestly believe that my issue with Openhand is that it had expenses. My mind boggles trying to understand how Mooney failed so spectacularly to understand a simple concept, especially when I explicitly said in my video that it's totally normal for a charity to have expenses.
Like what I'm doing right now.
A charity using donations to cover expenses isn't illegal. It's totally normal and common. But that's not what Gerard did.
And even if it was intentional, there is no convincing evidence whatsoever that Gerard has converted the donated money for his own personal use.
Yes, there is. You see, this is why in my video I specifically outlined how Gerard spent the donations on himself.
Right, because of the video where he bought almost everything from the Wii U and 3DS store before they closed down. Because I remember he spent a lot of money on that. And he said he got the money from sponsors.
Some might say, but Carl, Gerard isn't spending money on himself. He's spending money to fund Indieland. But Indieland is Gerard. It's his event, run by his company, streamed on his Twitch channel. Of everyone in the entire world who benefits from Indieland, it's Gerard who benefits the most. He gets the Twitch followers, he gets the media attention, he gets to mingle with game developers and celebrities, he gets all the credit. And do you really think that everyone who subscribes during Indieland instantly cancels their subscription the moment it ends? Gerard taking donations to pay for Indieland is not only him spending donations on himself, it's him paying for something that he directly benefits from. Indieland is run by Gerard's company, That One Video Entertainment. Gerard took the money he said was going to Dementia Research or the Open Hand Foundation and spent it on his own company.
If we look at Gerard's statements
Almost
charitably,
2 hours in,
which we
I've
really should,
only
because
gotten
we
like
believe
10
that
level ups.
people
Fuck
are
me.
innocent until proven guilty. Then really, there's
Okay,
nothing
we're
legally wrong.
probably not gonna finish
Gerard
today.
says that all the money
Because
goes to
now the
charity.
level ups
He's
are
not
taking
wrong.
longer and longer
Open
to
Hand is
fucking
a
get.
public charity. Remember that.
See what I mean? Mooney does not understand that the money never made it to Open Hand. So he is trying to argue that it's okay for Open Hand to have expenses, as if that was ever an issue.
He says
Might
that he
still
doesn't
need
touch
like
any of it.
one more
That is
session
true if
before we're
paid
done.
charitably.
No, it's not true.
Yeah, because I
the money
remember
went directly to
in
Gerard. He would have
the
had
last
to have touched
level
it
up, you
out of
need
necessity
around
because it went straight to his own
100,000
company
XP
and not to
for-
Open Hand. It's
yeah, I
possible
think
that
so.
Mooney is failing to understand such basic
And
ideas
anything
because he
close
lacks
to it just
any knowledge
gets
of what
like
Indieland or the
closer to like
Completionist is due to his lack of research. It's possible he
99,999.
doesn't even know what That One Video Entertainment is. He probably doesn't understand the flow of money, or that Indieland isn't a charity and is
I
an
was
event run
when
by
I
his private
started,
company.
I was at
Let me explain
77.
something
Now
to
I'm
you. Indieland is an
86.
event that has
So
many
like
sponsors.
I got
If you watch
9
the
level
streams,
ups
you can
right
see
now.
that Indieland works with some pretty big brands.
In
Brands
2
like
hours.
Corsair, G Fuel, DX
Or
Racer,
close to it.
Limited Run, Dolby,
Yeah, close to
and
2
many
hours.
more. These sponsors pay significant amounts of money to have their brand shown on screen and to be mentioned. None of that money goes to Open Hand. All of that money goes to Gerard's company, That One Video Entertainment. This is because Indieland is not an event run by the Open Hand Foundation. I don't have a problem with this, and the reason I don't have a problem with this is because Gerard never said that the sponsor money was going to charity, or Open Hand, or Dementia Research. If you don't lie, we don't have a problem. The money from bits, subs, and merch goes straight to Gerard's company too, and would require Gerard to then manually transfer that money to the Open Hand Foundation. Gerard never did that, and this I do have a problem with, because Gerard lied and said he would. But even if Gerard did send that money to Open Hand, he was still lying, because he said all of it was going to Dementia Research when it wasn't.
It is expected for a charity to use donated funds to
Why
pay
is he
for
even bothered
expenses.
censoring
That
his
is part
face?
of what charities do, and those expenses do not appear to be disbursements to any of Open Hand
And he
Foundation's
just kept the
officers.
fucking.
If you think Gerard or Open Hand did nothing wrong because it's normal for charities to have expenses, you clearly
Okay,
do
that
not
was just a weird
understand
edit.
the issue in question.
It could even be the case that Gerard has in fact donated his personal income to Open Hand to use on Indieland expenses. We don't know if that is the case, and neither
Maybe that was
does
part of the video that he was watching.
Once again, we see
He
that
was
Mooney
showing.
doesn't understand what Indieland is. Indieland is an event run by Gerard's company. It's not Open Hand's event. If Gerard wanted to pay for Indieland expenses, he would do it directly through his company. Gerard would not send money to Open Hand to then spend money on Indieland. That is ridiculous. And once again, we also know he didn't do this because it would have shown up as revenue on Open Hand's tax filings.
None of us are in a position to make allegations as serious as embezzlement.
I am in a position to make a claim as serious as embezzlement because I investigated the situation and came to that conclusion. You are not in a position to make a claim as serious as embezzlement because you have only watched a few YouTube videos and you are ignorant to what happened.
Jobst also brings up the Open Hand Foundation's recent donation of the accumulated $600,000 to the Association for Frontotemporal Degeneration, stating that the holding of the funds for the purpose of making a restricted donation makes no sense if now, all of a sudden, the foundation can in fact make such a donation, thus suggesting again some kind of malfeasance. But as we discussed earlier, it's perfectly normal for a public charity to hold onto funds, especially if a complicated endowment might be on the table. Let me ask all of you, why do you suspect the Open Hand Foundation suddenly had to donate $600,000 instead of waiting to build a substantial potential endowment fund? What could
Because they
have
got caught. Because he got caught
forced
on
their
Twitter, I
hand?
guess.
The Open Hand Foundation never mentioned an endowment. You are making up excuses on their behalf instead of accepting what they actually said. Their excuse was that they needed to save up money to make a restricted donation. This is false, as I demonstrated. You do not need to withhold funds in order to make a restricted donation.
If that's the
This
case,
is a
then why
complete lie.
only decide to
This
fucking
allegation of
change?
embezzlement is both trouble.
Right now, you're saying
and
that you're already
impossible.
right
If a
after you got
defamation
called out
lawsuit does
but
arise
that you
from
weren't
this
ready.
debacle,
or
I
something?
suspect that this allegation of embezzlement
Yeah, very
will
odd.
take front and center stage.
You don't understand the basic facts of the matter, so your opinion is meaningless.
Why did Gerard specifically bring up Jobst and Mutahar's mistake? concerning the absence of a signature on the tax returns. Jobst makes a big deal about this and presents it as if it is just some kind of a gotcha statement. But it wasn't meant to be a gotcha. It's meant to show a very fundamental truth about these accusations. Jobst and Mutahar have a less than zero level of requisite legal understanding, a degree of legal knowledge so unqualified that the accusers don't even know about filing signatures on tax returns.
I said the tax filings weren't signed, which is incorrect. I shouldn't have said it, and it's definitely concerning that such a basic mistake was made. But let me explain why this mistake was made. I didn't do any research into whether or not the forms were signed because it's inconsequential. It makes no difference to me if the forms were or weren't signed, as it was not considered whatsoever in any of my conclusions.
Okay, so
it was such a meaningless conclusion that I didn't even bother to make sure it was correct. This
because
isn't
it wasn't
a good thing,
it wasn't
and I've
needed, I
learned from
guess.
This mistake, however, doesn't change the issue or change any of the facts. So to harp on this particular error as if it's important to the issue at hand is manipulative. When I call Mooney ignorant and call him out for not being aware of important evidence like the phone call, it's because the phone call really matters. That phone call is vital to understanding the situation. And I don't mean just listening to it once, I mean studying it and remembering it. When I call Mooney out for not understanding basic facts like when the phone call took place, or not remembering the reasons OpenHand gave in their official statement, or not knowing that Indieland isn't an event run by the OpenHand Foundation, or not even knowing who Gerard is or his history, it's because those facts really matter. They have a huge impact on the allegation.
I probably
When
just
Mooney
saw
calls me out
the
for
stuff
incorrectly
on
saying
Twitter
the tax
and didn't
forms
read
weren't signed,
much
it's
of
not
it.
because it matters, because it doesn't. That fact couldn't be less relevant. The reason he harps on it is because he wants to attack my credibility. But attacking my credibility is a futile endeavor. People don't find me credible because I'm a lawyer or because I have a degree. People find me credible because I earnestly try to discover the truth and I am a good fact finder. I don't just watch YouTube videos like you. As I said in the beginning of the video, you could be the best lawyer in the world, but if you don't even understand the basic facts, your opinion is worthless and dangerous. If I could choose between a normal guy like me who knows and remembers more facts than anyone else about this case, or a smug lawyer who watched a few YouTube videos and thinks they're an expert, I'm going to choose that normal guy every day of the week, because at least his moral compass will be pointing in the right direction. Even if he is not correct according to the legal statute you think is relevant, at least he has enough information to make an informed
this video. I
moral
think you're
judgment.
like doing some Pokemon stuff.
There's a philosophical saying, a razor, that I rely upon in my practice as a lawyer, but also in my day-to-day life as a human being. A way of thinking that reduces conflict, minimizes drama, and is generally accurate. It's called Hanlon's razor, and it goes something like this. Never attribute to malice that which is adequately explained by stupidity.
Lying constantly is not a byproduct of stupidity. Lying constantly is a byproduct of being a dishonest person. Gerard is a dishonest person. He may be stupid also, but that doesn't explain all of his deception.
Ignorance is something we all occasionally fall victim to. The Jobsts, the Gerards, and the Moonies, for that matter, alike. And frankly, given what I've seen emerge from the completionist debacle, I'm inclined to give Gerard the benefit of the doubt.
Well, it's clear you gave Gerard the benefit of the doubt here, but you certainly didn't do that for me. Sure, I wasn't accused of a crime, so it's not that big of a deal, but the logic should still apply. You considered all of my actions in a bad light, and Gerard's in a good light.
The court of public opinion is no place to try this case.
This is a matter of public concern, so this is definitely an
There we
issue
go.
that should be
Animal
publicly
Wops.
addressed. Gerard was
In
soliciting
less than
funds
2
from
hours.
the public, and if I am correct, was also stealing money from his fans. This needed to be made public as soon as reasonably possible once I had come to my conclusion.
Maybe I've missed something important, and if I have, please bring it to my attention in the comments. I'll try and address it there or gather enough questions for a follow-up mini-episode in response.
Well, here's an entire video for you. Maybe you can respond to this.
Hour and a half long
Gerard
video.
isn't always the best communicator, and he has a tendency to speak before thinking, I've noticed.
No one who knows who Gerard is would ever say this. He is an excellent communicator. It's been his job for over a decade. He has been the host of multiple productions. He is a professional actor. Mooney believes this because he has not done a single iota of research into who Gerard is. Gerard knows exactly how to communicate well, and he always does if you spent 2 seconds to watch any other videos that Gerard is in. If you see Gerard lying and fumbling his words, it's not because he is some amateur who accidentally found himself in front of a camera and is panicking.
When Gerard is being interviewed by Jobst and he asks if Jobst wants money or something to put a stop to the investigation, is this Gerard offering a bribe? Or is this Gerard asking whether he's being extorted?
What on earth is this? Let's listen to what Gerard said, because this statement from Mooney is so wrong and characterizes the conversation so poorly, I struggle to believe it's not intentional.
You know,
Yeah, this is the part I was talking before.
I'm not trying to be like, do you guys want money to help me hide this? It's not this is at all.
Yeah,
So
he just
Gerard said,
jokingly
"I'm not trying
tried
to
to
be
bribe
like,
them.
Do you guys want money to help me hide this? It's not this at all. Gerard is not asking me if I want money. Not even close to that. In fact, it's the opposite. He is saying explicitly that he is not asking if we want money.
Or is this Gerard asking whether he's being extorted? It's hard to say, but it certainly looks ugly.
Mooney says he can't tell if Gerard thought I was trying to extort him. If this is true, Mooney must be the only person in the world who can't tell. No one, and I mean no one who actually listened to that call, came away from it feeling as though I was trying to extort Gerard, or that he may have felt that way. It's hard for you to really understand what it was like during that call, because your experience of it comes months later, after videos have already been made and public backlash has already happened. But at the time, all me and Mudahar were doing were asking questions. Gerard thought we were going to make a video, but he didn't know what was going to be in it. He didn't know what was going to be said. He had no idea at all about how much we knew. Gerard's actions on that call, talking about his career being over, talking about his fights with his family, talking about stopping
he's still getting
YouTube,
views, but
are
not as
not
much
the
as
actions
it
of
has
someone who
before.
had been doing nothing wrong and is just responding to inquiry.
It's
Gerard
kind
acted
of over, I
extremely
guess.
guilty from the moment he jumped on that call.
These accusations might be responsible for the termination of Indieland and the abandonment of a carefully organized endowment, which could cost the field of dementia research potentially millions of dollars in funding.
Mooney is once again completely clueless, and his utter ignorance of the facts makes him paint a terrible picture about my actions. He's claiming that maybe I ruined Indieland. Maybe because of me, Indieland is over, and if it wasn't for me, Gerard would have continued to do Indieland every year and would have raised millions. Except
for the fact that because Gerard took so long to, donate the money, that the money value went down because of inflation. So, yeah.
Gerard himself confirmed to Mudahar and I that he had already made the decision to end Indieland, and Indieland 2023 was going to be the last Indieland ever.
This is a private fight that I've been dealing with for months with my family, and I even told my family, hey, this is the last Indieland I'm ever going to do, because this is the 10th year anniversary of my mom's passing, and
but I prefer mine.
When I kind of found this information out, I was very unhappy with what things were going, and
Gerard told us in no uncertain terms he had already told his family this was going to be the last Indieland he was ever going to do. From our perspective, this was never going to risk the future of Indieland because Indieland was already finished. What this was about was making sure all of that money went to where it needed to go. And consider this. Given that 2023 was going to be the last Indieland ever, as Gerard told us, this means they wouldn't have been expecting to raise large amounts of money in future years. You would think at this point it would cause them to finally give away all of that money. But no, they were still not planning on donating that money. Gerard said the reason they were going to donate it now, even after the last Indieland had already happened, was because of pressure from Mudahar and myself.
Right, again.
As of this week, we've been.
You only did it because he got called out for it.
About moving it as early as today or tomorrow, just because the pressure I got from you guys. If I'm being quite honest.
But here is what's so amazing about Gerard. There are always multiple levels of bullshit, and you can only realize that when you fact-check what he says. What were the chances he was just lying on that call? What if he was just saying it was the last Indieland to try and stop us from going public? Well, we went and watched Indieland 2023 and saw that Gerard was saying this.
Crabs are here. Thank you, Ashley. Guys, welcome to Indieland. We miss you, Ashley. We know you'll be back next year for sure.
Yes.
Yo, X-Water, you should come to Indialand next year. We'll figure it out. We'd love to have you, dude.
So he was also lying about Indialand being over.
Adrian sounds like she wants to be on the Indialand Planning Committee next year. I love you, Ray. Ray, you gotta come to Indialand next year, man. We'd love to have you, dude. Holy shit.
And just before Indialand 2023, he was saying this.
We decided to go digital this year, and in 2024, we're going physical in person again. So
Clearly, Indialand 2023
So
was
yeah,
not
he
supposed
did
to
have
be
plans
the
to
last
continue,
one.
just
Gerard was
because
just lying to us once again.
the whole
Can you
controversy just
imagine?
kind of
We
went,
find
you
out
know
he's
what?
kept
No,
all of that
just
money
stop.
while lying to his audience,
And he
when we
just
talked
fucking
to him
lied
to
that it
ask him
was
some
gonna end
questions,
in
he lies
2024.
his face off throughout that entire call. These are not the actions of an innocent man. Mooney is talking about this situation months after the fact, not knowing basic things I knew before I even made my first video. That's how far behind and out of touch he is.
There were a lot of numbers thrown around by Jobston Mutahar, so let me provide some numbers of my own. Let me show you how the sausage is made. My most popular video to date has 900,000 views. It's made about $5,500.
This is where he goes on his rant about how much money I make. I talked about this at the beginning of the video and how I actually lost money talking about open hand. I won't go too much into it again, but I will clarify a couple of details because Mooney once again talks out of his ass.
Is that in my experience, a sponsor pays around $20 to $30 per anticipated 1,000 views. And YouTubers like Jobston Mutahar, who can frequently break that 1 million view barrier, will receive premium rates for their sponsorships.
This is false. He is saying something that is not true. As someone who does regularly
Like, I
get
think
over a
he already
million
mentioned
views,
before that Carl had some videos planned, like with sponsors, and he said he only got like 20k or 50k, I don't know. It was like right at the start of the video.
I can assure you the rates don't change. A million views is not some magical number. If anything, I've found the rates go down the more views you get, because the investment and thus the risk is higher.
Is that in my experience, a sponsor pays around $20 to $30 per anticipated 1,000 views.
I certainly do not get between $20 to $30 per 1,000 views. The absolute maximum I ever get is $20 per 1,000 views, which is rare. Most of my sponsorships are a flat fee, which means it doesn't matter how many views the video gets. I'll still get paid the same. When I do deals that are paid based on view count, there is always a cap, which at the moment is usually around 1 million views. So everything over 1 million views, I don't get compensated for.
Right.
Let me ask you something, gentlemen. Let's say that OpenHand's tax returns and inevitable tax audit next year come back, and no charges of embezzlement.
That's just sponsors, right? What about ads?
Or let's say that the state of California pursues an action against OpenHand and discovers, at the end of it, that they were innocent. I will be extra clear here because I
that
know that
stuff
there's
is
a
just for
tendency to mince
sponsors.
words and move goalposts.
I think
don't mean
ads are like a
mere
completely
punitive
different
fines
thing.
or even excise taxes. I mean specific governmental action and results against the OpenHand Foundation for the crimes of embezzlement and or fraud that you have specifically alleged. Can we expect you to apologize and donate your earnings and the sponsorship income from the relevant videos to dementia research charities?
No, I would not apologize. And the fact that you think I might means you clearly don't really understand my position. I didn't make my videos because I think what Gerard did was illegal. I made my videos because I think what Gerard did was morally wrong. I think Gerard is a liar. I think Gerard is a thief. And I think Gerard manipulates his audience constantly. I think Gerard was lying to his audience to get more money and clout. I think he was stealing donations to benefit himself. I think his family's golf tournament is stealing money under the guise of benefiting charity. And I don't think Gerard or his family were ever planning on donating that money. I couldn't give two shits if any of that is illegal or illegal. It would not affect my own moral judgments because I don't base my morals on whether or not a court convicts someone of a crime. I also do think that what Gerard did was a crime, and thus I'd like to see him investigated. But if it turned out what he did was legal, my own opinion on his actions would not change in the slightest. I have learned enough about the situation to see that his behavior is abhorrent. I hate liars. I hate the fact that so many people feel like it's okay to be flagrantly dishonest to their fans. Gerard has a problem, and he needs to realize that what he is doing is not okay.
You might not want to answer that right away. Maybe talk to your own lawyers before you agree to anything. they might not want you making any confessions prior to a potential defamation action. And if such a defamation suit is filed, we'll cover that too in a future law review episode.
Mooney has insinuated the entire video that I've opened myself up to a defamation lawsuit. I'm curious as to how much Mooney knows about defamation law, because there is not a single person on Earth who has put more time and effort into trying to find the truth on this issue. Does Mooney even know where Gerard would try to sue me? If he thinks California, not only would they not have jurisdiction, but there is no way he'd be able to demonstrate that I had malice or reckless disregard for the truth. And I'm pretty damn sure I'd be able to prove that everything I said was true. Gerard would need to sue me in Australia. And do you even have any idea how defamation law works here? You're a lawyer in America. I'm curious to see how you would even try to cover a lawsuit based in my home state. Well, as someone who has been dealing with a defamation lawsuit for 2 years, I'm very confident if Gerard or his loser brother Jacques sued me, I'd be just fine. I had already accepted the risks months ago, and I am willing and happy to defend myself with everything I've got. I'm extremely confident they don't have a chance in hell of winning.
Well, this guy walked in. Okay. So I went up to him. Yes. And I stabbed him 37 times in the chest. Oh, that kills people. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Mooney's video then finishes with a cartoon depiction of me killing Gerard, which demonstrates perfectly how pathetic his video is. Mooney's video is ultimately just an attack on me, masquerading as a deep dive into the open hand situation. It's clear that Mooney never really intended to know what the truth was. He only watched my YouTube videos because his video is only about my videos. They really aren't about open hand. Mooney, of course, has every right to critique my videos if he wants to. If Mooney feels as though I shouldn't use general definitions when talking about fraud, or he feels like I should include more evidence, then fine. That's his opinion that he is free to have. And if Mooney was honest about this, we wouldn't have a problem. But now we do have a problem. Because Mooney is defending someone that I believe defrauded his fans out of hundreds of thousands of dollars. He is defending someone that I believe is a habitual liar. And he is defending this person without even bothering to put in the effort this situation deserves. He has convinced thousands of people he is an expert on a matter of public concern when he is not. I believe his video does real damage and minimizes the seriousness of this situation. I am definitely annoyed, but that doesn't mean I want anyone to harass or be disrespectful. I have enough experience to know I can't prevent that, but it's really not my intention, and I don't condone harassment of any kind. I do apologize to Mooney for any possible impending fallout, but at the end of the day, if he did any research into who I was, which he should have, he would have known a response video was a real possibility. And if he wasn't prepared for it, he has no one to blame but himself. And I'm sure that Mooney would agree. Thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
So yeah, the whole thing I got from this is just someone on Twitter tried to say that Gerard was in the right. He just got absolutely called out by him. And then Carl just went into his house to give the biggest fucking L of his life personally. I guess I can watch this. Hold on. Let's see if I can do this without having to turn off the capture card. Come on. Why are you taking so long to load? There we go. Let's see here. Yeah, there we go.
No way I got second, bro. That's so dumb. I get hit by some random dude. Astro Blast! We tied? But he got first? What? Oh, y'all can't see the time.
Oh, he's doing the Wii U version?
Hold on.
Yeah,
Bro,
yeah,
what?
looks like it.
What is this?
Yeah, same fucking
tied.
millisecond.
But he got first place. Come, you gotta give that to me, bro. It says nice try. It doesn't give me any stars. I don't win. What?
Yeah, it just looks like it happens a lot in superchargers. They're just very close to each other. You're just gonna end up having the same time. Okay, let's see what. Ooh. Alright, I already watched the video that I wanted to see. Now let's go back to some ordinary podcasts. Because the one that we're gonna be seeing next is a spicy one.
Hello, guys and gals.
I haven't seen this one, but I think I already know the story. Yeah, this one's a fucking doozy and a pretty funny one. So, do you know what Has-Been Hotel is? Has-Been Hotel is pretty much a big TV show on Amazon Prime that's just getting like railed on Twitter for some reason. Yeah, I don't know why. I've seen some episodes with Nux, and it's actually pretty cool. Yeah, actually some pretty good songs as well. It just people on Twitter just don't like it for some reason. But yeah, there's been controversy though, not with the TV show. There's just this one dude on YouTube that got quote unquote had one of his most embarrassing moments in his life where he paid like $50K for an animation of him getting kidnapped by the main character of the show and then having intercourse. Well, I'd say kind of intercourse because it didn't really show much. It was more like stuff they see on TV where they don't actually do anything. And the guy spent like $50K on a bull ball animation. I think that's what they're gonna talk about in this podcast. Man, I think so.
It's me, Mutahar, and welcome to another episode of the Some Ordinary Podcast. Today I've got Nux Taku. Oompaville, unfortunately, has some personal stuff he's sorting out, so we're going to leave him aside from now. But we brought to you the gamer from Mars, who's landed on Earth to join us for this fine episode. How's it going, buddy?
I'm doing very good.
Hell yeah. Doing good, looking good, stepping up to the plate. We love this man.
Dude, every time I go to your comments, it's like every single hater jumps in and they're like, oh my god, he's jacked now.
Dude, I love it.
That's the interesting thing is, like, after losing 50 pounds, I went from the haters calling me fat in the comments to now they're accusing me of taking steroids. It's like you can't win with these people.
Yeah, you can never win with these guys. They're always gonna. They're always gonna hate.
But I mean, like when I jump in and it's like, it's just the amount of people that are like now surprised. I'm like, it's not like a new thing either. It's like I've seen you looking like this for years now. Like, it's not like a brand new thing. Is it just because you're on camera more now?
Yeah, I think that, and also I had the the multiple years where I just did my videos under the flashlight, and a portion of that was to kind of cover up the weight loss and like no one would notice it. So for 2 years of when I was doing the most in terms of like body transformation, it was just like a dark room, so people couldn't really tell. And now it's just, I think, random people that don't watch me just stumbled upon one of my videos at some point. And,
my recommendations, I guess.
And then they're like shocked that I look different.
You are a reverse Boogie 2988. You don't want people to see the weight loss. Boogie loses 30 pounds a week and somehow never loses any weight. This is the difference.
Dude, I love
and somehow he has more, gets more
bitches.
Underage bitches.
Apparently he's not drinking soda or eating anything bad and shit, and apparently like he stopped drinking the pink drink from Starbucks and shit, and like he started switching to like guzzling coconut water at home, and I'm like, dude, man needs a nutritionist. Dude is following the worst advice I've ever seen.
That shit must be expensive.
I mean, you could still drink soda, just switch over to diet soda. Like, it's not good for you, but if you're at Boogie's weight, it's if you're actually going to be able to sustain Diet Mountain Dew over water, then do the diet stuff over the regular
Everybody's
stuff.
just fucking drinking water.
Pretty expensive for a guy that can't afford a chicken sandwich.
Hey, listen. You see,
Man, he can't afford a sick chicken sandwich, but he can afford spending like daily nights playing fucking Yu-Gi-Oh!
I saw Boogie's audit.
On tournaments, I guess.
Talking to him about like his money. Yeah, what still blows my mind is that he tried to guilt trip his audience to that he lost all his money in crypto because he put 250,000 in crypto. It went up to 750 and went back down to 250.
Well, not just that.
That's not losing anything.
When he had the crypto highs, he
I mean,
then got a loan out
can't
by the dog
really
to improve his
be sad
credit.
about the guy for wasting money on fucking crypto. I mean, you have to be a fucking dumbass to fall for that shit.
He had a mortgage that he was paying off on time. You know, that's more than enough to have a decent credit score. So that just didn't line up how he still owed money on that dog, which he doesn't even like the dog that much, as he said.
Dude, that was so fun about it. I felt bad for the dog. I was like,
How do you say you can't like the dog?
he's like, I didn't like the dog. He's not as good as him. He's like, I hate it. I'm like, damn, dude. What the
You don't like the dog, then why the fuck you care in the first place?
When anyone asks him, why didn't you pay off
You don't
your
like pets, and why
mortgage when
can't
you had
pets
all
in the
that
first
money,
place?
He said, I wasn't thinking about tomorrow. But he was thinking enough about tomorrow to put the dog on a credit card so he would improve his credit by taking out that loan. So, like, you care about your credit score for the future, but you don't care about your life. It's such a shame because, like, every time
that guy
I've
just
had
has
a
weird
conversation
priorities.
with Boogie, he's been nothing but nice to me. Like, I've only had positive experiences with him, but like, there's just the amount of self-sabotage. It's beyond
Boogie's
frustrating.
being nice to people in calls. I have thankfully dodged the biggest bullet of my life. I don't think I've ever been in a call with Boogie. However, whenever Muda's in a call with him, Muda will be like super critical, and he'll be like, "You ruined your life. You were doing terrible things," and Boogie will say, "That is very fair. You make a very valid point." Right? Like, he'll be a gentleman, and then the next sentence,
Hey, nice.
he's just gonna interrupt you and go on like a whole off the rails rant. What was it? He repeated the same sentence 47 times. He took that out of context. He took that out of context. He took that out of right? Something like that.
No, the thing about it is, like, look, at the end of the day, I always wish, like, everyone gets their life in order. And, like, same with Boogie, right? Like, people get this weird conception that I hate him, and he puts it out like I'm a big hater, but it's
No,
like...
you just the guy. You just feel sorry for the guy. No, a little,
very
not too
when it comes
much.
to people like this. Like, I can be nice.
Yeah, I
but
remember
usually
this.
when I
This is
see the
all
same
his
pattern
fault.
of shitty behavior, like, I can't be nice anymore. I have to just straight up tell, because somebody has to tell you, like, you are f***ing up, right? Like, somebody has to be the person that doesn't butter your ass about shit like this. And that's one of the things that I aim to do with, like, Boogie. Like, if he has a conversation with me about money, I'm like, dog, you're the only one in this entire call that has burned 6 figures on flying out around the country and sleeping with hookers on the same time. Like, no.
Oh, and also,
the thing is, no.
And also trying to get some money back by going into a boxing tournament from like Keemstar, I think, and then he just ends up losing. And for some reason, Keemstar didn't even pay for the hotel expenses and
No one
shit.
in this call is ever, like, getting engaged with hookers and, like, flying out to meet
Or
hookers
like
and buying them, like,
a trainer or
what, like,
whatever.
Chanel bags or
You had to
something?
pay,
I don't know if
you had to
there's
pay that
something
shit all by himself, and so he just ended up wasting money.
You almost can't help yourself but always go back to it. But that was one of the baffling things about Mike Klum's documentary, is that not only did he pay the escort for her services, but then he gave her, like, a nice purse and gift cards in the purse. It's like,
Yeah, my
you're already
God, he's
paying
doing the
for
tier 3 sub
transaction.
thing.
Like, you don't have to leave a tip. Like, it just seemed like he was carelessly throwing away his money.
Well, you don't think she deserves the service charge, for gratuity?
Damn.
Man, he's all like, I don't have enough money for my shit, and then he just spends like 100k on a hooker.
Well, I'm just saying, he's against the gratuity fee.
No, but like, for me, the funniest thing is the defense. It's like, Boogie, why do you spend $200,000 on hookers? Well, actually, all the numbers in the documentary were fake.
Well,
Okay,
here's the thing. Well, here's
all of them.
I don't know if it's a paradox per se,
Sure.
but with Boogie, it's always, Boogie, why'd you do this? Then there was excuse, and then if you keep on digging through the excuses, at the end he's like, you're right, I'm an idiot, I'm a piece of crap, what could I say? Like, that's always the defense
like, that's a
mechanism.
defense, right?
Yeah, so, like, he'll defend it, and then when you get down to the bottom of it, he'll admit that he was wrong, but the problem is, after he admits he's wrong, the cycle repeats. I really wish the guy the best. He's one of the first people I subscribed to on YouTube back when I started my account in 2009.
I have faith in Boogie because he just he did Flaming Stars.
I mean, I think I've heard of Boogie before, but way back when, but I never really took much attention to him.
Bro, you gotta be.
But Flaming Star is a licensed.
And the only reason I know of Boogie is maybe because of Angry Joe.
The interesting thing is I'm working on a Storyfire documentary. It's been in the works for many months now. It's coming out soon. And in it, there's many people that bring up this experience of at VidCon back before the pandemic. Boogie was in a bad spot, and then he took DMT, and he was like enlightened at that point. And then you watch Mike Klum's documentary, and it's just the same thing. He's
documentary took
he
fucking.
Takes psychedelics, and
He
now the
ate
psychedelics
mushrooms,
improved him.
and he just went on a
The
fucking
shrooms
trip.
did. So it's like just this reiterating cycle of. And I've seen this over time watching him, of him saying, like, I got a new therapist and I'm doing better now. And, on one end, you can't, knock him for saying, I think this time I'm going to, break free of the cycle. But you also can't deny the fact that the cycle just keeps on repeating for.
It's hard to take anything at face value.
See, here, getting cured, getting yourself out of, a dark place and, a bad rabbit hole and a bad cycle involves sacrifice and hard work. Going to get to Flaming Star to try shrooms and thinking that'll get you out of it, it's not going to work because it's the easy way.
It's delusional.
Ultimately, I think Boogie
It's
could get himself out of
delusion
the cycle, and I think he could
worst.
make his life better, and I really want him to. But I think it'll need to come from a lot of sweat and tears on his part, and not just trying to find a get out of jail free card by making billions on crypto or getting shrooms from Flaming Star and resetting his brain or whatever the terminology was.
I think the problem is if one of us went down and was with Boogie 24/7 and prevented him from getting fast food, made sure he didn't spend money on stuff, made him go and get some exercise in, go on his walk, oversaw him every step of the way. If he had someone like that in his life, he probably could improve, and that's what he needs. But
somebody that's not enabling out.
No, he just has enablers around him.
Yeah, especially his girlfriend, which again is
maliciously to him,
years, decades younger than him. I think. She's in her early 20s, like me.
Him from getting fast food or spending money on video games that he doesn't need to play.
Tournaments, paying for the newest video game, left to his own
honestly,
devices.
I'm getting my entire basement done now, so I can give Boogie and every important person in his life a place to stay at my house, with the only exception being that I am the person that prevents him from drinking the Mountain Dew and going to Chick-fil-A.
No Mountain Dew for you, bitch.
Experiment, I can fix him.
It's the ultimate idea.
The thing is, you see him drinking Mountain Dew, and it's Diet Mountain Dew isn't any more expensive. You know what I mean? You switch that out.
To be fair, Diet Mountain Dew doesn't taste very good.
Man, I don't know.
Is it slightly less sugar? I guess that's even true.
It's like beer, beer sucks when you start drinking it, but then eventually it's okay, I got the flavor to it. Same with any diet stuff, right?
It's just
some
yeah, no.
does not really
I did try beer a couple of times, and I never really liked it.
The same, slight differences, but there are certain diet drinks like Diet Root Beer, Diet Mountain Dew, Diet iced tea. They all have this very artificial, super sweet. They all taste like Prime.
I guess for it's if you just keep drinking it, you kind of get used to it. But me personally is just if I don't like it at first try, I'm probably not gonna fucking like it in the next few sips. So I'm probably just not gonna fucking bother keep drinking this. That's just me though.
Prime.
Even then, it's I always thought up until now that he was drinking the Dr. The Diet Mountain Dew shit, until recently I had to zoom into the can, and it did seem the sugary variant. So I was damn, dude, that is and that's kind of the stuff too. It's if he switched to cutting out the entire sugar, bro, he would lose a fair bit. I mean, you're the smart guy.
I'm actually doing the math on my calculator right now for this. So let's say he's consuming a liter of Mountain Dew each day. That's 480 calories. If he just cut that out and got the aspartame sweetened diet stuff, there's in each pound, to burn off a pound of fat, it's about 2,500 calories, I believe. So 480 calories a day removed from his diet. If he didn't add more calories elsewhere, he would lose 70 pounds in a year just off the raw math if he just cut out the Mountain Dew for a Diet Mountain Dew.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
It fluctuates because, you know, the metabolic rate changes if you change things to your diet. So I mean, bring that down to 50 pounds lost over just.
Yeah, it depends on people's metabolism, because my fucking metabolism is so fucking on the job that I can barely get any weight to.
That's all it would take.
Well, even the other thing too that I want to also bring up is like even beyond like in just the eating and everything too, a lot of it is like even his and one thing we have to understand too is like his like monetary situation that he has isn't exactly the best. He's not stable in that department either. So I feel like a lot of this goes against him. Like it's easy to chase the health and like worry about yourself when you're not worrying about the day-to-day of your life,
I get
right?
that.
Like so I feel like that's kind of the other issue that he has as well. Like he's put so much effort into, or not effort, like he's put so much time into YouTube and like trying to make this dream work that he has no other avenue of making money that like he can't, I don't think he can take a day off if we're going by like his metrics. So that's one of the only
I mean, if he's only getting like a few thousand views, then maybe. He just has to keep farming that shit.
What is the out from there, you know?
The past is the past. What do you do now? You know?
I've made a video a couple weeks ago kind of breaking down Boogie's financial situation, and when he actually releases a gaming news video with a decent title and thumbnail, it will get like 30,000 views, up to like some of them get 50,000 views if it's like GTA news or something along those lines. If he just consistently did that 5 days a week with the newest gaming news of the day with a decent title and thumbnail that he put some effort into, and consistently did that, you know, had his Lol Cow podcast, money from Keemstar on the side, you know, I don't see why he couldn't make like, you know, $100,000 a year possibly. He could. I did the numbers and it added up to that. If he was able to get a couple sponsorships as well on top of it. But even if
I don't think many people want to sponsor the dude though.
I just don't think he's able to do that grind anymore.
Well, the thing about it is, it's like he's looking more towards like the larger YouTubers, because he's always mentioned like money to me. He's like, you made more money than me than I have ever done in my prime, which I don't know the veracity to that, but like at the end of the day,
probably.
it's like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, maybe, sure. Let's be completely fair.
But that's not
maybe,
relevant.
but exactly, it's like it's about you and your situation. Now you have the opportunity. He still has a platform, and like you're right, Art. Like he can get 30,000 views on these videos and make some decent living for himself if he chose to be consistent daily. But that's the thing, right? Like
that's the thing, he doesn't.
In the last week, he uploaded one video. He uploaded 2 videos each that were like 3 seconds long. Be right back and tune in next week or whatever. But in the last week, he uploaded one video that was 7 minutes long. Okay, it got 60,000 views, which isn't bad, right? But 7 minutes doesn't get mid-roll ads, and it's one video. Aside from my main channel, where I'm, you know, working on like, you know, like once a week, let's say, whatever. On my second channel, I upload 2 videos every single day, and they're all like between 20 and 40 minutes long.
Yeah, well, some of them can be like an hour.
That's 14 videos a week. That's 14 times the amount of videos that Boogie uploaded in the last week. Like,
Although his views tend to like fluctuate here and there.
Well, I don't think he's capable
life
of.
aside from that.
you need structure for that too, right? Like think about it like this: I wake up in the morning.
Hard.
It's very hard, but this guy has a lot of experience, more experience than I do. Okay, he's been around for longer than I have.
Well, think about it like this, right? Like he's got to wake up every day. He doesn't really have the rigid structure, right? So it's like he wakes up. I don't know what time he wakes up. It's got to be like after like 12 p.m. or some shit. So I'll give the audience and like you guys just what my day looks like, and I'm sure your guys' day is very similar. I wake up pretty early at dawn. I go do my, like, I don't do YouTube for a living. I have my own, like, actual business that I have to go to every day. So I make sure I wake up early. I go to that business. I take care of everything in the office. I come home. Like, today I come home a little earlier just because I know we have to film this podcast. After we're done filming, I edit my YouTube video for, like, you know, the day because I recorded a night before or sometime before I leave. I take care of my daily stuff. I come home, you know, make the YouTube video and call it a day.
Yeah, I'm like
that
the same
YouTube
thing with
grind,
him.
like, I'll be
In the
real,
morning, I'm
I
very
haven't
busy
really
with
turned
other
off
stuff
my brain
besides,
for the
you know,
day
YouTube.
at all. Like, you're always
Or
wired
Squid.
and you're always ready.
Yeah.
That's the kind of mentality you need to be.
I'm always busy around in the morning doing my own stuff, and then around in the afternoon I just kind of doze off or do some other stuff or just test around with certain things.
Because you're going to record a whole video and it's going to be something that's not going to do well, that's worthless. And it kills the momentum for your other videos. So you have to always be on point as to what you're going to record. Then you have to research it. You have to come up with the take you want to have. You have to record it. You know, either get it edited or edit it yourself, depending on if you're a masochist like Muda that works way too hard. And
yeah, no wonder he has
it's
fucking
a lot
bad
of work.
guys.
I'm not downplaying it, but this is his day.
You know, like, I'll tell you
I
guys,
don't
like, why I edit
I
my
don't
own
use that.
videos,
I also,
because, like,
I also
before
have bad
anything,
guys.
I did, like, do
I also have
editing,
bad
like,
guys.
That was my, like, thing, so my method of doing it is, like, if you watch my videos,
I've
it's
had
not
it
like
for,
it's
like,
necessarily
a couple
overly
years
edited,
now.
but the edit that I can do is very much, like, I can get it done quickly, right? Like, I can get it done quickly and efficiently. And it works for my channel. Like, the only time I ever got an editor to, like, do a video, like, bro, the comment section was like, what the f*** is this stock footage, dude? What's going on? Like, I was, like, fucking bullied for the overhead, and I'm like, Jesus Christ. I was like, man, y'all are roasting me for stupid shit. But generally, I do find it fun to also work on my own stuff. Like, that's, you know... Because at the end of the day, it's not like it's a job for me. Like, it's just something that I can do that's
It's a
not,
side,
you know, the
side
daily
hustle, I guess.
grind that it's not that I hate doing, it's just, you know... I like having something all to myself, at least. But anyways, to go back to the Boogie situation and, like, his growth, it's like, if he wants to genuinely succeed, he has all the time in the world to achieve this, right? And I think, this is like my take. I think what's more
I mean, he's just a few moments away from getting a fucking heart attack.
wasting the money and honestly the time on that is to then wake up, get some structure, work with what you have, you know, your YouTube channel. Granted, it's not where it's at, and maybe it never will get there, but you can build it up and be consistent and have a pretty good living, right? Like, if Darkside Phil can make 6 figures a year, Boogie can make double him, alright? People still watch Boogie.
Oh,
I don't know anybody that's watching
DSP, right. The guy that just sucks at video games and complains about all the fucking time.
DSP needs Flaming Star. Someone get this man Flaming Star ASAP.
You know, it's like, I've seen them on their lolcow podcast ripping on DSP, but it's like, you know, out of everyone there, DSP still has his life reasonably together, you know?
He's married, he, you know, has dinner with his wife every day, you know, gets the job done, he works 9 to 5. It seems he works a 40-hour week, you know, at the job. You could say he's just playing video games, but, you know, playing video games day in, day out with, like, a bunch of trolls trying to, like, scrub everything you say to get something to ruin your life with.
You've seen the shit ton of fucking highlight videos on YouTube of that guy.
Quit gaming if that was my life. I would quit YouTube if that was like my daily like thing, because if I'm dealing with people just hating me day in and day out, that like, I might as well go jizz mopping for a fucking living at that point. Like,
you want to get hated, might as well just go on Twitter.
The thing that occurred to, and a lot of people realized with that H-Bomber guy video that came out where he was, like, you know, exposing people like the internet historian and stuff, you know, if someone was super dedicated and all they wanted to do for a year of their life is try to expose a YouTuber, and the YouTuber's been around for a lot of years, and you want to dig into every, like, tweet they've made and every YouTube video, you could probably build up a case for them. So it's like, you know, it's just a matter of when you're someone like DSP or Boogie and you have active trolls that are trying to go after you, and you kind of, you know, prod them a bit, and they respond to the trolling. You know, you get this vicious cycle.
DSP uploaded 7 videos in the last day.
I don't think everyone, he only makes his money off of live streams. Does he get any views on the re-uploads of them?
I don't think so.
I doubt
They're
it.
under 1,000.
DSP will have 1 view.
Yeah.
Yes!
Yeah, no, most people don't tend to watch that re-uploads of streams. Yeah, even like the big streamers around that, they don't get that many views from re-uploads of VODs.
The text-to-speech going and just, like, profit off of that. Like, nobody watches him unironically for, like, oh, I want to watch this guy. I don't think there's many people these days that are actually, like, Let's Play viewers, you know? Like,
he has a small audience that pays him a lot of money.
Let's Plays, yeah, it's definitely not as big as it was before.
He doesn't make his money off the trolls.
There are still Let's Plays going on, but just they don't get as many views as it did before.
Oh, like at whales and stuff?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's kind of ironic that he has whales.
Though I say that as I still watch Super Gaming Bros. They're a Let's Play channel. They get around like close to 10,000 views per video.
Per patron or something, like,
which is like the highest on the site by a wide margin. So, you know, he's successfully gotten like a cult audience. I mean, you have to think about it. There's people like the Nostalgia Critic and Angry Video Game Nerd and Red Letter Media that have been around for over a decade. They're kind of making repetitive content at this point. It hasn't changed in 10 years, but they have this small niche group, with someone like Angry Video Game Nerd, it's 1 million people. But, those people are now just so used to watching them, and they're just like in this mode of, I watch this person, this is what I'm comfortable with, I will watch them for the next 20 years.
Yeah, but Nostalgia Critic still, he gets like 100,000 views a video or whatever. Like that's.
No, he gets like almost 500,000. Sometimes.
Dedicated group of his live stream watchers.
Yeah, he gets like 300, 400,000. Yeah, around that.
DSP, and they're just comforted by watching DSP live streams when they come home. And even if it's only a couple hundred people, those people realize like, oh shoot, like, he's gonna like lose his house and not be able to stream anymore if I don't.
Depends on the video, though.
And it successfully has people that like give him a decent chunk. You have a software engineering job where you're making $100,000 a year, and you watch DSP in your spare time. It's not that outrageous to think that you throw him $1,000 a year to make sure he's able to keep on doing it for you. Just get a couple of those people, and you're able to make, $100,000.
Before we continue on, we only need like 8 more level ups. I doubt I can get the rest. Then we'll see. But before we continue on, we need to take a break.
He may not be consistently amazing, but he shows up for stream on time. And the thing that people don't understand about like consistency when they're watching, it's like when I upload like a daily video, there's kind of like an expectation. Oh, this guy will upload daily. If I miss like a week, it's like, oh shit, is he in the
just gotta save
break again?
Yeah, you get those
I've been doing it for
you
so
don't
long.
upload for a bit. It's like, is he okay? Is he dead? Is he like gone forever?
Yeah.
26:58.
What
What are we like? 2 hours and a half of. 2.5 hours just farming.
But continuing on with this thought, I've realized that over the years, like watching people like Boogie, not uploading for a month at a time occasionally, just in my personal channel because I'm running.
Okay. Before we continue on, though, we're gonna take a little break. Yeah. I doubt we can get level 99 today, but we'll see. I wish we can get close to it. Maybe like 96, 97. We'll see. Well, yeah, we'll see. Because these next level ups are gonna require a lot of XP. So yeah, we'll see. Just change over here. And put this. Alright, we'll be right back. And we are back. Now, let me just change back here. See here. Do. Yeah, there we go. Then put this back on.
Running multiple businesses.
Okay,
you
we're back.
Have one person on the team that
All right.
is out of the office.
Let's see how many more level ups you can
just
get
that one
before we
little
have to
step
end
and you
stream.
miss an upload for a week. Just it happens. So you include mental illness on top of that. It's very easy to just kind of fall out of sync in terms of making content, and then it's YouTube. I've noticed recently on YouTube they're looking for 2 uploads a week. If you're not uploading twice a week, you're not like optimizing the algorithm for the most part.
Beyond these guys, like obviously this week has been really wild with other shit. So I know that before we started, we were talking about in Coach Red Pill. So you're here, you know about Coach Red Pill.
Yeah, I've been following the Coach Red Pill story for many years. I remember he got in fights with Mr. Medicare back in the day on live streams, and Medicare would.
Is Medicare okay?
He keeps on saying he's going to die of cancer, but he recently did a live stream where he's still kicking. He posts on some like Twitter competitor platform, and someone automates it so that his tweets there get brought over to actual Twitter for people like me to look at. So he's still alive and well. But I just remember at the beginning of the Ukrainian war, Mr. Medicare would do the coverage of this guy, Coach Red Pill, who for some reason
I remember this.
he was a Sigma male anti-SJW YouTuber that decided to go to a war zone, and he'd like be live streaming there in a hotel by himself because everyone else like evacuated the country. And
some real Sigma behavior, no joke.
So this guy would make videos like 5 ways to put women in line, like calling women dogs in videos, like the usual Sigma male stuff. And he was not very well liked. There's plenty of articles you can find, old BuzzFeed pieces about him, and like all the controversies he's been in. But so for some reason, the guy decides to go to Ukraine at the beginning of the war, and he's there live streaming. And not only that, but he's like pro-Russia, and he's in a war zone for the opposing side of who he believes is the going to be on the right side of history in this.
Okay, so he's just an attention seeker.
So he would sit there and kind of trash Ukraine in these streams, and at some point he got abducted by the Ukrainian government, or the military at least, where they
that sounds like a lot like that one dude, that Somali dude, that they just kind of got exported out of Japan because of some dumb shit.
And now it's just been reported after many months of uncertainty that he has been killed by the Ukrainian military while in captivity. So
wait, is this real?
See, like, I want to make a whole video on Coach Red Pill.
Holy shit!
What?
He got
This
killed?
guy literally died for no reason.
Are you making a video on this too?
He died because he was being a dumbass.
I have time to really write it myself.
Damn.
I'm seeing if one of my writers could jump onto the story.
Wait, so this guy went for the Sigma male grind set. He went to Ukraine and died in a war?
Yeah, and he's like this 50-year-old guy, like just like some random middle.
Wait. Oh, hi there, Naps. Thanks for the raid there, much appreciated. Hope you're doing good. We got Naps. Yeah, right. Thanks for the work. Thanks for the raid, much appreciated. Yeah, right now we're just farming with Terra here until we get to like level 99. We are pretty close. We already like level 91. So in the in just past time I've been watching some videos here as well. I hope everything's going well. My name's Bomb or G-Bomb, whichever you prefer. I'm Bomb VTuber or Bomb VTuber. Right now I'm using the 2D model because I want to show the video that I'm watching on stream, but normally I tend to have a 3D model. It's just to save on resources for my PC. But yeah. Normally I tend to do stuff on consoles like Kingdom Hearts right now. We're also going through Arkham City And we're also about to go back to Overcooked 2 to finish off all the DLC. That's gonna be for tomorrow though. Yeah, right now we're just farming here with Terra. And also watching some videos in the meantime.
Middle-aged dude, like for no reason went there. Like
that's like literally like it's like literally a title of the video. The only Sigma male channel is dead. Like literally.
If we're actually meeting all the requirements for affiliation to squat the milk monument occasion. Ooh. Okay, cool. Are you like what's the average on your viewer count? Is like 2.5, something around that? Because I think you need like an average of 3 viewers, like a window of a month. Yeah, I think that's how it is. Should be able to please just not update it. Okay, yeah. Right. So you maybe still need to wait probably a few more weeks, because I think they tend to update that stuff around the 12th of every month, I think. Maybe. You do my works at all? Alright, thank you. I got that commissioned way back when even before I started streaming. It's even my profile. Picture on pretty much anything, even on Discord. I'm thinking of changing it to something else though, because as you can see, my mouth doesn't move at all when I talk. It's always open. So I might be thinking of getting something else, and then maybe keeping this drawing for like just the profile. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Should be. Yeah, right now we are just watching some podcasts here, just to pass the time.
Sigma male that went there, like he actually challenged the whole thing, goes out there, and he gets killed because when he was out there in the Ukraine, he was again actively shitting on them.
If you're interested in the art style of the 2D model, I think I have a link to the guy that I commissioned on Twitter on the Twitch, on either my Twitch page or I think it's also on my Twitter as well. It's Lazybone something.
I believe even before.
Yeah, I commissioned this drawing from him like almost 2 years ago.
I don't know the details about why he was there. He's not native to Ukraine. I'm pretty sure he's an American guy, but he was there, and it's not like he had a house there. He was staying at a hotel while the war was taking place.
Yeah. I guess I should give you some context to the video that we're watching right now. This is just a news channel, news stuff that has been going on around this week, and the one that's going on right now that they're talking about is just some dude that was just being an asshole on Ukraine. It was like an American tourist that was being an asshole on Ukraine. He was like posting videos and stuff. Just doing stupid shit over there, and then that shit literally got him killed. He got killed by the fucking Ukraine government because he was being a fucking dick about it.
So he would be live streaming, chilling in the hotel pool, while I hear gunshots and like sirens in the background sometimes. And it's just like he's like, yeah, man, it's chill here, nothing going on.
If you go to an active war zone and you don't make content about it, I think that makes you a bigger Sigma male. I'm just saying.
Like, imagine if you're just like a Let's player and you're like, yeah, boys, I'm sitting in Ukraine right now. Hold on, I'm sorry that you guys can't hear me really well. There's a missile shell.
Don't worry about the gunshots.
Like, he befriended the people he was.
Don't worry about their blanks.
That's how he survived. You don't like trash the people in the country you're in. That's on the verge of like being economically unstable and going under.
Yeah, I mean, like, but see, that's the thing. That's what makes me, like, in a way, respect Coach Red Pill a little bit more. Like, I don't like his message, but, like, I can respect the character of somebody that's, like,
I mean, can you really respect the dude? He really got fucking killed over that.
See, he's like the anti-Twitter fighter, you know, like people on Twitter just argue about shit on a daily basis. This motherfucker actually goes down there and criticizes, you know, like the fucking, like Ukrainian on their doorstep.
Speaking of both Sigma males and, you know, Twitter warriors, one of my favorite YouTube dramas in a long time.
Oh, the
happened this
verbal
week,
way
and
stuff?
I'm very happy to bring it to everyone's attention. Did you see Sneeko getting into drama this week?
No.
I heard that
Something else.
People have been roasting him because he was flying Spirit or some shit.
Oh, no, that's not the funny thing. Okay, so he calls out this guy, some guy, he's a juju.
Oh, I know this one. Yeah, this is a pretty funny one as well. So pretty much Sneeko tried to make fun of some dude on, I think it was TikTok, just because of how he looked. But then it just turns out that the dude is actually a fucking judo. He practices judo. He's like a judo master. And then because of that, he fucking challenged Sneeko into a fight.
Jiu-jitsu fighter, and he makes fun of him, and he's like, "Oh, jujitsu's an autistic man's sport. And he was just making fun of jujitsu. Okay, all right. Like, look at this guy, he's a nerd. And then every time the guy would talk, he would, like, you know, put his hand on his face like he's adjusting his glasses and be like, "Well, actually, my master knows how to use jujitsu." And he would, like, make that voice and everything, right?
I'm surprised you didn't call it an anti-Semitic sport, to be honest.
It
like
gets better.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time he did some anti-Semitic stuff.
Right, so here's the best part.
And it's funny though, because Max is Jewish.
That he was making fun of, turns out, was a 5 times jiu-jitsu world champion.
What?
Like, not just some random guy. He accidentally calls out the 5 times world champion in jiu-jitsu, and the guy says, he makes a response to Sneeko, basically saying, "You're a bully, and I'm not gonna stand up, and I'm not gonna deal with this. I get out of here.
I'm gonna
You're a
steal
bully,
the
and
bully's
you suck,
money."
and I will challenge you to a fight, and I'll beat the hell out of you, basically." It doesn't even need to be jujitsu. We could do MMA. You could fight in any way you want, and I'll annihilate you. And Sneeko's like, Sneeko's response is, actually,
It was a joke. Don't worry about it.
jokes on the internet. I don't actually like fight. You're a trained fighter. It's a different thing. Like, that's his response. And then he makes a second response to this guy to dig his grave even deeper. And I love this part even more. Saying, "I saw you know Mark Zuckerberg. So if you could get me on a podcast with Mark Zuckerberg to explain to him the evils of Zionism, I will fight you."
What?
What the frick? That's
fuck?
I swear, like, this is what I never understand about the alpha guy community, right? Like, look, compared to, like, Coach Redfield, I have respect because he fucking
Bro,
goes down
what?
into the dirty, right? He goes into the fucking trenches.
Sneeko's just built
Sneeko
different.
sits
Like,
in
what
the
the
apartment
fuck?
in Miami, shit talk somebody who can actually kick his ass, right? Like, lay him flat on the fucking ground.
You like me in episode
And then
doing
just-
that radio?
he, like, how do you
Sometimes.
listen
Although
out of a
I think I
fight
noticed some
publicly in
people,
front of
other
this
people
crowd that you've,
rating
like,
me as well.
built,
That's
and
the
then not
scary
get
part.
destroyed.
It's kind of, they almost see themselves as WWE wrestlers at this point in terms of, like, they're the bad guys and they know it. Neon's done this before, where he's gotten on calls with active Crypt members dressed in all red and, like, flashing gang signs, I think, occasionally, and, like, he'd later, like, meet up with them and the person would, like, beat them up or, like, steal his clothes and steal his shoes and, like, film it. It's all, like, just scripted where they want to be, you know, the bad guy.
I don't think it was
people
100
watch
people.
them,
I
like,
think it was way less than that.
yeah, and then at some point, like,
Was
they-
that
you know,
wait? Was
Leon
that
takes
the
it to
one
extreme
where?
he like
Was that the one
works
where you
with these
rated me
people
when I
so
was
he gets beat
doing
up
the
sometimes,
Sephiroth fight
times
in the
and he gets
cage too?
humiliated to keep the storyline going. Like they just don't care about anything though.
It was just a
That-
person
that is
trait.
a- that is a
Oh, thank you.
incredibly.
Oh, it was him.
That's
Okay.
a wild way to.
Okay, it was him that raided me, right? I think it was the main reason why I became affiliate, because that big raid that he gave me. Right, and then afterwards, I took a break from streaming because I had like I had surgery on my neck to remove a cyst, so that probably gave me a lot of leadway to get affiliate. Because that because it opened up the window, because you need to be at least you need an average of three viewers per month. No. On that month, and the whole break that I took because the surgery probably helped out as well. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, after.
I'm sure it works, but it's just like, damn.
Yeah, he probably, yeah, he's also helped out. He's probably the reason why I'm affiliate.
I love that. I think the whole story was, this is like one of my favorite drama situations, just because, like, this man, he is everything that he swore to destroy. Like, he has become the Twitter keyboard warrior that's scared to raise his finger, which is exactly what he was calling out, like, people like Charlie for, right? It's hilarious to me.
And it's funny, like, even when he was calling out Charlie, like, we all knew Charlie was a fucking jack dude beforehand, right? Like, you could probably...
Right, and also remember that Charlie also just casually has a fucking SMG. Also, it was good that he was talking to developers of the company. Really? When was that? Like a year ago, maybe? I don't remember when it was. I don't think it's like the first time I've hearing this, so it maybe like was last year, maybe?
I've never talked to Sneeko before. I don't think I've really talked to him.
I know, why would you want to talk to Sneeko? The fucking dude seems deranged.
Like, you could follow up the fucking story too. It's like, I mean, we can fight.
Oh, okay.
And that's sort of the thing too. It's just, man, these, like, I'm glad you mentioned the WWE comparison, because now it like starts to make a lot of sense to me as to why they're doing it, because it is just like a personality that they play, and when confronted with it in reality, it's like they're never going to actually do something about it. But even in the wrestling example, like, those guys could still handle a fight. Sneeko doesn't appear to be able to do anything of that nature.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if the fights are probably fake. They can still fucking kick your ass. Those muscles aren't there just for show.
That approach him in real life, they're 11 years old. Like, that's not like an exaggeration either. That's just like when you see the people that are watching him in Neon, that's their audience. They don't care about being the good guy. They know they're so far past that.
Yeah, they just care about making as many views as possible. They know what gives the most views, just being an asshole.
Persona. And you know, if they lose a fight, they lose an argument, they just see it as more publicity for themselves.
Yeah. There's no such thing as bad publicity, I guess.
The same thing, XQC with the flexing, right?
Yeah,
like, it's the same idea. Like, he's become vilified for flexing, so at this point, he'll just flex wherever he goes.
You realize, hey, I'm making a bunch of money off this grift. I don't need to be liked. I make 6 figures, just sometimes 7 figures with these people. I really don't know their finances, because they'll say that they're making 7 figures. You just never know what the truth is, and if they're fudging some of their numbers.
No, never true when they're fucking bragging, I guess.
Good money for themselves and living nice, lavish lives. You know, if they just get, beat up on the internet sometimes, like on Twitter, and they're not actually getting beat up in real life, they're fine with it.
And at the end of the day, it's like, if you're a creator like this, I just wish, like, the audience that follows them, it's like they wouldn't be so dumb and believe everything they said. Like I said, my aunts follow Sneeko stuff now.
They're only successful because they have a fucking audience. And those are the biggest fucking dumbasses. They're the biggest dumbasses, not the actual streamer.
Yes, but then again, that's the whole joy of being young,
They only do it because they have a fucking audience that wants to see that shit.
They'll figure it out in due time, but it is what it is.
I find it interesting that for a very long time, ever since the adpocalypse, the internet was just so tame, and then all of a sudden Elon Musk buys Twitter, Kick comes to the streaming realm, and they're gambling back so they don't need advertisers, and like the internet just becomes crazy again. I think I mentioned this last time.
I don't know, Kick hasn't really been as big as Twitch.
Interesting to see it.
At all.
I'm baffled by people that are actively still mad at people like Sneeko about things like this, and don't just take.
At least from what I remember, Kick has like a better sub split or like ad split compared to Twitch. I think I remember Nux saying something about it. Why they get the streamers get like 95% of like either subs or ads. I don't remember which one. Whereas in Twitch you only get like 55.
It for what it is, which is entertainment. Life's so much better when you just laugh at these people. And,
I think it was 50. It was like 50 before, but then I think they changed it to 55 now.
I have to say, is like anyone that dishes it out kind of deserves to get it back, right? And he dishes it out so much. Like, there is no ethical quandary.
Right, 70-30 cut for like the subs. I think he said it was 95. 70. Okay, so yeah. It's right, 70%. It's still big. It's still higher than it is on Twitch. That's kind of the point.
With calling out his
I
bullshit.
mean, my thing with him is like I love like making fun. Even if a video on Sneeko gets made, it's always just from a place where it's like it's a joke to me. Like the guy is a joke, right? Like if you were to take
But I
anything
think that's
he said
just from
seriously,
ads. I don't know if it's
really
like
on
different
you,
for
right? It goes
for
for like an
subs.
Andrew Tate or really any of these type of guys. If you take what they say seriously, then I think you're the actual. You might be the bigger joke. You know, like these people are not to be taken seriously. All you can do is laugh at them, laugh at the absurdity, right? Like. And then when you see guys like XQC who, when they start getting into a debate with Ethan Klein and doing a fucking worm, it's like, dude, all you can do is just like laugh at the fucking insane absurdity of that. That's really all that it is, right? Like,
Right. The only thing is that you don't either laugh
even beyond all of these
or just be
guys,
fucking
right?
sad
Like,
at the side of
what
the
is
universe.
content for kids? There is some content for adults that came out. So we are older people. I assume we're all familiar with the name Billy Mitchell, right?
One of the first things
yep.
I ever watched on Netflix on streaming when in like I don't know 2008 was a fist.
Yeah, kind of crazy though, because I'm pretty sure the last video that I really saw on, today on stream, like Carl, when he was talking about the completionist, he also mentioned Billy Mitchell as well, like he was being sued by him.
Full of Quarters, the Billy Mitchell documentary about the Donkey Kong World Record. So I've been watching this guy for many years.
He is a very controversial figure, right? Like there's people even before, like, so for full context sake, 5 years ago around, there was a serious allegation that his
like he faked his record.
Faked, right? So records for games like Donkey Kong
and Pac-Man,
the arcade version of Donkey Kong, Pac-Man. So he got like hundreds of thousands of points. In some cases, the records were of 1 million. So there were some serious like allegations brought up by YouTubers, researchers, people who didn't like Billy Mitchell, but also people that wanted fairness in this like online sport. So Billy Mitchell got his scores taken away.
Didn't like there was like this Adam Sandler movie Pixels, I think they also made fun of Billy Mitchell. Yeah, I think it was like being played by Peter Dinklage. Oh, I think it might have just been a different character altogether.
Taken away briefly, right? Because now, well, not briefly, but for years his scores were taken away. He started a lawsuit with Twin Galaxies and other YouTubers over this whole situation. To give you an idea, I'm not exaggerating when I say he has put more effort into defending himself than fucking O.J. Simpson, right? For arguably a less important situation. Like, these are fucking video game scores, right?
Hey, O.J. Simpson just allegedly killed his wife. This is a different story.
Allegedly.
Hey, listen, allegedly killing your wife, that's some rookie shit. What about faking
What's
your
important?
Pac-Man
What's more
or
important?
Donkey Kong scores?
Killing your wife or video
Really
games?
cool, But fucking, so he defends himself, and it's like, all right, I can see why he's a little upset, because, hey, his business revolved around being the fucking expert player of these video games. So when you're taking away the man's fucking street cred, and that's what his business runs off of, he can't sell hot sauces without now he can't call himself the best Donkey Kong player in the world. So he starts these lawsuits, and literally today, as we're filming, it turns out that he settled his lawsuit privately with Twin Galaxies. So this lawsuit that's been going on for this whole situation really, it's been going on for 5 to 6 years.
Right, and also I think he's also suing Carl.
And then beyond
I think he mentioned that in the other video.
Reinstated all of his scores. Like, he's back. Like, for all intents and purposes right now, it appears that he's won. So I looked into this case, and he brings this one expert witness on, Dr. Michael Zeta, and this guy, pretty much brings a few points about the original video that they used to verify his score. It could have, visual artifacts. It was a VHS recording, so maybe he didn't clean tape heads right, and there's artifacting from there. We've all made YouTube videos. We understand that visual artifacts are a fucking thing. So it's up to the audience to think if all those artifacts contributed to making the video look like a fake fucking screen or like a fake emulated playthrough, which
like what they intentionally added the artifact to make it look cool, like from Photoshop.
His scores are reinstated, and yeah, I don't know if the situation is totally over. Like, I'm more interested in the Carl video, because Carl, the YouTuber, Carl Jobst, he's been like basically on the fucking Billy Mitchell grind for years at this point, and that's also because he is also getting sued for defamation by Billy Mitchell. And again, these lawsuits that Billy does, they don't really fucking go anywhere. He has like the money, and I don't even know how much money
to
Billy
waste.
has to fucking have, but he has enough money to take people to fucking frivolous court battles and just like fucking financially ruin them, and then just back out of the last minute, like puss out of a battle, and then, you know, leave people financially, which I don't understand how the legal system in the U.S. allows that, but it seems like that's the situation that we've got to deal with.
I mean, as long as it's not their money, I think they
So does
usually
anyone
can be
know
okay
how
with that.
Billy Mitchell made his money? Because I doubt it's from the world records.
I think it's from like shit that he sells. So I remember like way back, this is an AVGN episode, but I gotta read more into it. He used to sell like fucking hot sauces, like he had an actual like hot sauce brand, which I think did relatively well. Not for him to fucking build a crazy fortune or something. Every product that he ever shilled was because of his persona, you know. And if you take that persona away, what the else is he gonna shill, right? Like,
Right, most people don't really give a shit about the guy behind the persona. Yeah, that was this. This is what I have done on my Xbox. Did uninstall Halo because it was taking up a shit ton of space. But like Halo Infinite, because for some reason most first-person shooters take a lot of fucking space. I'm looking at you fucking. I'm fucking looking at you, Call of Duty, taking up like 140 gigabytes. Ugh. You know, the Master Chief question. Okay, I kind of see that. But yeah. Call of Duty is a really bad example of that because they can't be bothered to fucking compress the damn files. Wrong one. Okay, here we go. Okay, ooh, Rayman Legends, okay. Yeah, I do recommend playing that one. One of my favorite platformers they can get to play. Spyro, okay, and I do need to get Spyro as well. I just haven't seen a cheap copy of the collection. Justice, Fall Guys, Guacamelee, good game there. Destroy All Humans, SpongeBob, oh, Brawlhalla, right, okay. Doki Doki, of course, GoldenEye, Overcooked as well. Scott Pilgrim. Right, okay. And of course the Mega Man stuff. Wait, did you pre-order the game? Yeah, Persona 3. Yeah, it's the Persona 3 re-release. Did you pre-order the game or something? Has played day one with Game Pass. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. So you just have it downloaded. Right. We already have it downloaded. We just have to wait for it to be officially released to play it. Okay, kind of cool.
like that was a big thing.
I have trouble wrapping my head around the concept that he created a hot sauce line based around I have the world record in Donkey Kong.
Right, I think the Xbox version of the Fury Night is actually pretty cheap. I think I've seen one for like $12, whereas the PS4 version goes for like 20.
I mean, I don't, like, maybe there's more shit to it, but, like, he clearly had enough money to take this stuff to court, and, like, that's the other thing, too. It's like, this shit is so important to him because, like, again, that's what his brand is.
But whatever. You're spending like $5 for each game. Because there's like 3 games on it.
Which, maybe I can't understand the importance of it myself, but, like, god damn, dude. Like, he literally is responsible for going after people, ruining his life, just because, like, hey, they're questioning his scores, you know? Like, it becomes a defamation case, which if you don't know in the U.S., it's like, if you start a defamation case, it's very difficult to prove, but beyond proving it one way or the other, the amount of money lawyers spend, like we're talking lawyers that cost like $400 to $500 per hour, you know? That's going to add up to anybody financially. So, you know, most people, YouTubers, a lot of you.
When did I get the Xbox One? I was looking for scanners for it, but the store didn't have any of the games. So I got Spiral. Okay. At least you got something out of it.
YouTubers in the market of questioning.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing
don't have that
the
kind of money
Spiral
to
games.
spare. So it really,
Yeah, if I can find them at a good price.
Like,
The store that I tend to go normally, it doesn't tend to have Spiral games. It's always more on Crash.
basically bully people in court, which is what it seems like has gone on so far.
Yeah, not even just the money aspect, but the stress of being involved in a lawsuit and not being able to focus on other work because you're busy with
It's
that.
a lot.
Hmm.
It's insane how dedicated he is. It's like, will anyone actually ever believe or trust him? Like, this isn't even for his reputation.
I mean, Crash is that hard to
say
finish.
that, hey, they reinstated my records. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but Sneeko could say he's not a cuck. Okay?
I mean, I really did it on
At
stream
some
like
point, it's gonna
years
get to the
back.
court of public opinion.
Give it to Sneeko. He hasn't ever sued anyone, has he?
Yeah, because it's too much of a beta.
Yeah. So that's the thing with like Billy Mitchell. He's just kind of a boomer that
He talks shit, and then when someone tries to screw him over, he just goes, "Oh no, no, I was
Know who
kidding."
Billy Mitchell is in the great scheme of things. 10 million.
Here's the thing: the people that know him don't like him. I feel like he doesn't have like a fan or an audience.
I mean, like in A Fistful of Quarters, he came off like they framed him as the enemy in
Like
as,
last
the
zone,
big
I guess.
Bad guy, and the other guy was the underdog in the story. And like he came off as like an interesting kind of like aesthetic of a person,
I was trying
but
to
that was like in the early days
Oh,
of
you mean
like
like
internet nerd culture where there's
was it
kind of,
Cold
like,
Hard
a
Crash?
cool, I don't know if aesthetic's the right word for it. You know, where
Yeah,
it's,
that
like,
that
interesting 'cause,
one
like, you didn't
is
get
be
that
a
in the
real
mainstream
fucking
media,
pain in the
so
ass get
people breaking
the
out
box
online
gem.
as popular was like a big thing. Nowadays, it's just this dude's like 60 years old, sells like this like weird like long haircut, and just trying to like keep his
Don't
like.
forget the fucking American
he's not
tie,
60
dude.
years
Yeah, he's like 58.
What?
Yeah, he's 58, bro. He's
What?
vintage. Dude, think about the game that he was an expert at, bro. That game's like...
Hey, alright, you make a good point,
like
okay?
35 years old, bro.
Yo, that's crazy.
Dude, that fucking game's as old as you. What are you talking about?
And this is the other thing, too. It's like the game that he's, like, contesting over is, like, fucking 30-something fucking years old, dude. Like, this is Donkey Kong in the arcade. Like, this is a game that came out long before we were even fucking sperms, all of us, you know? Like, we weren't even tadpoles swimming around before, like, this game. Like, Billy Mitchell's record came long before that era, you know? So he's fighting over a record for a game that most people don't care about. Like, if you told a kid, what do you think about
I mean, you can easily emulate the game.
It's not even like, you know, when you get to the NES Super Mario
And also,
Brothers or the original Legend of
my
Zelda, you
Wii
have
has the built-in version,
but
as
when
a
you get
built-in
back to
Donkey
the
Kong
arcade games,
port.
like Donkey Kong and Pac-Man and you know, the Frogger. It's just you have this appeal from this like nostalgia 1980s crowd, but those people are now all in their 50s. It's old.
Yeah, they could care less at this point. Even like
Twin Galaxies is not like they were popular back in the day as the record-setting group, but I don't think that they really have much credibility anymore. You watch like a Summoning Salt video, I don't think it really talks about
not
Twin
very
Galaxies
credible. It's more like people don't even know that they even exist because of how fucking
created. It
old
was
they
like
are.
even the Todd Rogers shit too, right? Like when, for anybody that doesn't know that story, he was the guy that claimed to get a basic impossible score on an old Activision game known as Dragster. Like, we were talking an Atari video game, okay? People don't even know. You know what? More people in my audience, not my, I don't want to offend my audience like that. That's a little too far. But more people in the younger crowd know more about Atari from Soulja Boy than they know about Todd Rogers, you know?
Soulja Boy.
This is a whole scenario where it's like these people are fighting over records that, you know, most of the world is
These
just forgotten
fuckers
about.
are
Like,
fighting
it's
over
over.
fossils.
It's like from a long time ago. And yeah, the only reason it appeals to people now is because, like, if you're in the gaming sphere, right, like, or you're in the sphere in general, you probably show like the interest in that. You just want to see where the story leads to. I don't even necessarily care about what Billy Mitchell was doing for this entire time or whatever. I mean, the only reason that I have a disdain for him is how he, in my opinion, bullies people in the legal system. That's it. You know, other than that, it is what it is. Like,
that's the part that
it's like
sucks.
it's like any YouTuber that comes out with like a cheated record these days. It's like it doesn't even.
It's like literally Twitter,
at least
except
from what I understand,
he's
most
like
people-
Twitter, except they can actually do something to you, not just talk shit and then just fucking disappear into the hole that's the internet.
Some Pokemon guy recently faked the world record, and even on Red and Blue, like he did on other gens, but Red and Blue has been like optimized.
He's a real life
like,
Twitter
crazy,
cop.
you know. And he just, after a couple of months, he did it, and eventually they found that he was fake. He was splicing his footage together. But and you know, of course, he's defending himself the whole time, right? And he's talking about how, well, you know, sometimes luck is a skill, and it's like hilarious lines. But turns out the guy was just cheating the whole time. But like, it's so easy to cheat, and then you enter into the public sphere, and then they call you out, and then they find out, and then you're toast, and then you need an astrophysicist, like some friends of ours.
My brother has a copy of Mega Man Legacy 1. I bet it was used to add 2 games in one cartridge, so they added download code for the second Legacy collection. Man. I mean, it's not 2 games, it's like 10. And 5 of them are like in each part of the collection. Maybe because the cartridge, maybe they didn't want to like spend too much on the cartridge that holds up a lot more storage. Because that's yes, there's no download code. What? Oh, for Xbox? I mean, a Blu-ray disc can hold up a lot more space than a fucking SD card or cartridge or whatever the fuck they use for a Switch. Yeah, they can take up a lot of space, although it's still very impressive how they managed to put in the Witcher 3 on the fucking Switch cartridge. But I think from what I understand, if you want to have like big storage for your Switch games, you need to like pay extra for a bigger cartridge. They probably didn't want to bother with that and just use the download code for the second collection, maybe. I mean, it sucks if you're trying to get the game second hand, you just don't get the Legacy Collection
really
too.
Insane too is like when we talk about like records and shit like that on the internet. Like what I don't understand is years of doing and covering this.
Yeah, it's probably the same situation. They didn't want to spend more money on the bigger cartridge storage.
People think in the moment. People like. I mean, why do people commit crimes that they know are going to get exposed at some point? Money laundering schemes. They just all they're thinking is 2 steps ahead of them, and they'll push.
But again, it sucks if you're buying it secondhand.
Like
you don't even get the second collection.
Like a huge internet celebrity, and he would have been able to just keep on getting away with bribing the Romanian government. But he had to become
like another example of that I can think of is like the Dead Island collection on PS4. I know that Dead Island 1 is on the disc, but then if you want to get Riptide, is a download code. So if you bought that stuff second hand, you're pretty much out of luck. You just have to get the game digitally. Although I think you can still get the game brand new on the store, maybe. Although I think maybe even like a online store you can probably get it brand new. Yeah, I think I've seen one for like $20 brand new, maybe. But still, kind of sucks when that happens for like secondhand games.
Inevitable demise.
Like stuff is behind a download code that's already been fucking used.
So like, there's no amount of money that you could bribe them now because they have the international community looming over them. Over it. So at that point, nothing you could do.
Thank God that the BioShock collection is there. Everything's on the disc. BioShock and also the Mafia collection. Yeah, the Mafia collection, they have all the games on their own separate disc, and it works. And the whole bundle looks pretty fucking cool.
If he didn't run for president again, they would have taken away all these.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind getting both of those collections.
You know, he's probably going. It's over. He's probably going to go to jail or have to flee the country.
The Mafia collection especially.
Do you think he would have to flee the country though?
I feel like they might do like some sort of deal like with Napoleon where they like say he could go off to some island. Maybe they could give him Epstein Island and like just
Epstein.
never have to leave. And like, you know, he gets his money and stuff.
You'll see for yourself. What am I looking at? Bro, this shit is so blurry, I can't even fucking read them. What am I even looking at? This shit is so blurry, I can't even fucking see. So I don't want to fucking show that on the bottom.
And he could like live a lavish life there for the rest of his years, but you know,
It never
no jail
supposed,
time.
but it wasn't there.
You don't have an internet connection. I wouldn't doubt
Oh,
if it's something like
I think
that.
I had something
'Cause they got him
similar
on, like,
happen to me
90
as
some
well.
charges. Like all it takes is one or two.
Like my special edition of Arkham Knight, it was supposed to come with both the Harley Quinn and Red Hood DLC, and for some reason it didn't come with the Red Hood DLC. I had to like email the company that I bought my copy from to get like an email response with the code for the DLC.
Two of them to go through, whether you.
At least I still
agree with
managed to
them
get
or
the DLC,
not,
but still.
you know, he's gonna face a prison sentence. That,
And from what I understand, that wasn't the first time it
80 years old.
happened.
I don't think he's gonna survive in a jail cell.
I don't think they'll put him in jail. I think they'll keep him on a house arrest type thing.
Yeah, well,
He's
that's
too
kind of my
old.
point of the joke with the
Yeah.
private island and stuff. It's
Yeah.
just, you know, Mar-a-Lago, you go there, you can't leave, you have an ankle monitor for the rest of your life. Something along those lines.
Yeah, you live lavishly, but you're confined to this one location for the rest of your life, and that's all it comes down to.
So, I mean, like,
Sounds
that's
like
the
my
deciding
life.
factor if he doesn't win,
Spending
the
most of your time
presidency,
playing
that's
games at
his fate.
home.
So it's like,
What a life.
why does he do that? Because he can't help
But
himself.
in defense of Donald Trump, the man is funny.
Yes. Yeah, Billy Mitchell isn't very
That's
fun.
it.
Billy Mitchell takes himself very seriously.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know. Does he do interviews like nowadays? I don't.
No, he's boring. That's all it is.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
he's not.
He's no
he's
fart.
not like It's not like any time a critic.
He's in the popular zeitgeist.
Yeah.
He's a lol cow. Is he not just a lol
He
cow?
doesn't really do anything that funny though. He just sues people that call him out for cheating.
It's like,
I mean, to be fair though, that's in its own way, it's kind of
like
fun.
I'm sure, he,
I
I'm
mean,
sure he has a Kiwi Farms thread. Don't get me wrong, but I
I
just
just
I
can't
wouldn't
home
put him
play
in the
video
same
games.
camp
Amen
as
that.
a Boogie or a Wings of Redemption.
well, like
or a Christian.
think about it like this too. It's like, you know that guy director Uwe Boll that made like really shitty video game movies back in the day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right,
When,
they,
when people criticize Uwe Boll,
Yeah, I remember this when people critics criticized his movies, he would then fucking box them. Like no joke. Like movie critics, he'll fucking box on the ring.
Uwe Boll is a director that made like video game or like movies of video games, and he famously made the worst adaptations ever, enough to just consistently piss off everyone watching his shit. So anytime somebody critiqued him on it, and I forget who critiqued him. I don't know if it was like fucking Maddox or Lotax or somebody. One of these guys, they criticized him, and you know what his reaction was? He was like, "All right, let's fucking settle this in the ring." And like he brought his fucking critics to the ring, and literally beat the living shit out of them.
oh my
Like,
god!
At least he's a good boxer, but he still can't write
he
for
was a
shit.
jacked guy. Like he was more jacked than anybody criticizing him over the fucking keyboard. He's like, "All right, come here." There's video footage of him literally beating the shit out of. I think it was Lotax actually. He was the guy that he brought him out to. He like laid him out.
I'm pretty sure like wasn't his grandfather a Nazi and like he like.
We did have Mega Man Legacy question too before he got the copy of correction one. Yeah, at least there's that. He did want to give it to a friend. Hold on, the fucking chat's not showing some emotes again. Come on. Why are you doing this? Come on. Load the fucking emotes. I have to do this like 3 or 4 fucking times for it to get the idea. Come on. The fucking dark wall. You're the dark 9 wall shit is not even showing up for some reason. Come on. Okay, there we go. It doesn't even show up on the chat on the actual VOD. On the stream itself, not on the chat box. So weird that this shit's even happening.
He inherited money off him that people were like claiming was pillage from a certain group.
Yeah, maybe.
What group was that?
Well, it may be the tribe that went missing somewhere, you know.
At least some of them are still around.
I want to make it clear, I don't know if that's true. I remember that was something people claimed back in the day.
But I mean, you know, it's like it's one of those things where I'm not like claiming, but like I wouldn't be surprised. Like he comes from a heritage of people where like, you know, it is what it is. They tend to be connected to rather unsavory people at that time. But that said. Forget about the money. It's just like him, the way that he.
I mean, I don't think Bolt does movies
like
anymore.
Mitchell, really, anybody. It's like Billy could easily bring people out for like a Hot Ones contest using his sauce, right? It's like sit down and we'll see how we burn the inside of your tongue, or like maybe even take him to a boxing ring. No, he just soothes them. Which, yeah, it's in some morbid way, it's kind of funny to see this like evil douchebag who's made his millions just like shut. I mean, it's shitty to see, but like in some wild way, you can kind of sit there and
It's kind of funny, yeah.
This
Although
is
it
the joy
kind
he
of sucks
gets out
that
of it. He's
people
like
are
a
losing money
real-life
because of this
cartoon, you know,
asshole.
he gets a joy out of ruining lives. Like he's just like actually evil.
It's
like in that.
Again, I feel like that there's a soft place in the heart of so many people to just consume content when the target of the content is just unapologetically evil.
Yeah.
Right? It's like the Sneeko thing, right? Sneeko has very few redeeming features, which I feel like is why people just love watching him dig his own grave, right? From the cuties thing to the Cuck saga to the Charlie arc to the Mags versus Clips to the grifting and the Andrew Tate clones and getting kicked off Mr. Beast's crew. This man has more L's than anyone I know, and that's just it makes it so much more fun when you watch him take another one.
I mean, that's just
Yeah,
like
because he
par
just
for the course
doesn't
with people
fucking
like
learn.
that, right? I mean, you know, they
He just
I
keeps
love,
going
like,
at
on
it
the
for some
internet, and
reason.
it's like what Art said. It's like when you learn to take these things without ever, like when you learn to take the emotion out of this shit and just laugh at it, life becomes so much more fun. You know, just like looking at these people, taking a laugh, and realizing that at the end of the day, it's like, damn.
At least I'm not this
It's also
fucking
the
idiot.
healthiest mindset. When I see like creators or whatever, just they get criticized and they go crazy and they write a whole thread in the response why they're not actually so bad. It's like they just lost.
Yeah.
Like you don't acknowledge this stuff. Like what are you doing?
Yeah. I mean, and that's like the healthiest way to deal with life and everything in general. But yeah, you know. But I'd say like this week, this year has been so fucking insane. Like January has had so many fucking wild events that you can.
And
make
they
an entire,
haven't even talked about
documentary of
the whole
just everything
Verbal
that
thing.
happened this year. You got the Epstein client list. You've got like just everything that has been happening on a daily basis. The Miami aliens and
but
shit.
Good drama though. Good drama exists too. It's a bleak world with a lot of situations that suck. However, Verbalace, the beatboxing
Okay,
cartoon
there we go.
YouTuber guy, spent $50,000 on a self-insert has-been hotel fetish animation.
Softcore pornography.
We're gonna have to censor that one word.
Soft
We're gonna
porn, yeah.
softcore. You know, he was being you know, enticed by the character.
He was abducted against his will, screaming no, tied down to a
Yeah,
bed.
but like, you're the one that wrote it about yourself.
Yeah, come on now. That is just you admitting.
Does that make
Like,
it
no,
better?
what if I paid someone 50 grand to make that animation?
Yes,
but
what do
with
we
your
do spend
character
50 on a fucking soft
I would
porn?
laugh my ass off that you spent 50 grand on it, okay?
Okay, so animated. We need.
It was well
We need to get to the
true.
facts of the situation. So how the f did this get leaked out?
People that waste money on crypto are fucking idiots. Boys is like, hold my beer.
Did he leak it out?
He definitely. See, the way I see it is, if you spend 50 grand on a custom animation for yourself for your weird fetish, you're gonna share it with your buddies. Like, you got buddies that are into that. You're gonna show.
Right. I
All it
think
takes is one of
that's
those
what
guys
happened. He
to show
shared to one of his
they
friends, and then he just
And
got.
then
I mean,
Some of them
I don't
leaked
care,
it.
bro. You could be
Leaked
torturing
it.
me in Guantanamo Bay, but a video like that ain't ever leaving my computer.
It's like that whole meme that, you know, the Pope goes one Sunday golfing, okay? And, you know, he's golfing on Sunday. You know, he shouldn't really be doing that on Sunday. It's a holy day, right? And he's golfing, and he gets a hole-in-one, whatever, and he's all excited, and he says, God, did you see that? I got a hole-in-one. And then God says to him, but who are you going to tell? Right? It's like that meme.
Right,
that you
we can't
actually
tell because he
share your
was on
victory
a
with people.
Sunday.
So yeah, he definitely shared it with buddies, for sure. And also, I think it's very likely he wanted to make it some sort of content.
Okay, that's a really good
as well.
email. Not gonna lie.
Like, he does like have this cartoony vibe. He would at least get a tax write-off on the 50K.
Yeah, if you upload it to YouTube,
right?
channel, you could write it off as
Right off?
Yeah, like I'm paying for this.
Yeah, I
content.
guess.
Make
For
some
the
of that back.
softcore fetish content, please write
At
it
least,
off.
right?
Sir, what kind of YouTube videos do you produce?
Oh, so you are
never looks
a
into that.
bottom,
They don't
you
do
see?
that part. They don't give a but like, all right. So he obviously showed it to people around. So to give the context of this video to people watching, the video is of a character from Has-Been Hotel. She's flying around the world
Charlie.
chasing his character, and eventually she teleports him into a fucking swanky, lovey hotel room where he gets pinned
And
to
then
the
she
bed,
just starts strip
and she
teasing.
basically him is what's going on. She f***s him.
She gets him basically naked with like an emoji over his, and the emoji is smiling wider and wider, based on his.
Was that emoji added by people, or did he have that commissioned in? Because I refuse.
No, I think that was commissioned.
I refuse to
Wait a minute,
believe
no,
if you're
if you're
making
spending
fetish
50
work.
grand, why don't you go full in and make it hardcore?
Yeah.
Because I'm telling you, I think he wanted to make it content, and then he realized, oh my god, I'm gonna
I
become a
can't-
laughing stock of the world.
Yeah, but like,
And also, you
then
can't
could've
advertise
added,
this
you could've
shit.
added
Like-
the fucking smiley
Yeah,
face later.
here's the thing: is like, yeah, why didn't you just pay for 2 versions, like the censored one? Like, if you already spent 50 grand,
Maybe he did, and he didn't share the uncensored one with
That
his
sounds
buddies.
more-
That's a
Okay.
fucking national tragedy.
That would be
we
kind
haven't
of
seen
that would be
before.
kind of a cool idea though. Yeah, just put like the uncensored version on I don't know, OnlyFans or whatever, or Patreon. That'd be kind of cool though. But no, he just kind of bullballed that shit.
So he spends 50 grand on it, and there's been rumors. Like, the only thing I heard about it was like there was like one really serious allegation where apparently he paid like a minor to commission this, which I don't know what.
Yeah, I don't know if
I heard
that's
that the
even
person who made it was like
true.
15, which like I don't know the truth about that. So
I don't believe
yeah,
it.
it's one of the.
Yeah, I don't
Unless
believe
there's
that for a
evidence, I
fucking
don't believe it.
second.
Apparently,
You
the
just
person that
tore
animated it was
grasping
one
at
of the
fucking
animators for
straws
Has-Been
again.
Hotel. Like the show that's freaking on Prime. Okay, there's no way a 15-year-old was hired to make that.
Yeah.
if it was
Unless
just
there's
some
evidence, I
anonymous Twitter animator that was hired,
Yeah,
on
because
for
most
15
kids don't even go at fucking
Just like
Amazon
a
Prime.
I believe it was one of the official
Well,
animators.
they were running
for
it,
the
but
Has-Been
what if
Hotel
that
Prime.
person was just hiring on a bunch of anonymous Twitter faces, and one of them was 17? I'm not saying it did happen, but
Yeah.
I guess
doesn't
that's
seem
possible.
unlikely.
It's feasible.
Yeah, and the other thing is there's like bankruptcy statements, which like I've seen his channel. Yeah, he complained about the YouTube algorithm, but for a channel his size, 50 grand, he can part with. And listen, I want to just stress for the record, like I've seen people's like, man, I wish I had that kind of money to f around.
I mean, yeah, he's not, definitely didn't go bankrupt for just 50K. I mean, from what I understand, he gets like around 100K views for each video of his, so he could probably make that money pretty easily. Maybe
Like, anytime a YouTuber
if you like,
tells
if
you,
he's like
oh,
consistent
life is really
with
tough
it.
and they're that big, it's really bullshit. Okay, a lot of these guys have money in the account for stupid shit like this. and it's
bro, Boogie.
Yeah, I mean, hey,
full circle.
Yeah, and this is
Yeah.
how you lose your money, right? Like if you're spending fucking
Yeah, you get so much money from YouTube, they don't even know what the fuck to do with it.
money for fetish drawings of something, right? Like the worst thing you could find out of my financial spending is like one time, like when I took Jen out to a night at Morimoto's, and it was like, I want to say my food bill, like the bill that night came out to $1,000 because we were getting like super good Wagyu shit, like sushi and stuff. That's the worst egregious spending you could see for me, you know, like money wise. Because I'm not spending 50 grand on like fetish or whatever the f it is. I'm a pretty frugal guy.
Why do I say Spanish on something where I have a girlfriend?
Yeah.
I can do it in real life, damn it.
You got the Boogie Cum tribute, bro. You're not like the rest of us.
I got the 2-man cum tribute, which makes me want to
Oh, right, the 2-man.
But like, even with shit like this, like, I get kind of shocked where I'm like, dude, $50,000, that's a lot of fucking money. You could do a lot with 50 grand, right? Like, you can go on you can go on some really awesome
How much money I can do? 50k? I could
like,
buy 50 PCs.
What?
They're better than my
At
laptop.
what point are you so addicted that you are
I'm pretty sure he has a wife too. Like I don't think he's single either.
Do you think the wife prefers that like she would be cheated on than have 50,000 spent on fetish?
It almost harkens back to the story.
I mean, everyone has a
streamer that was caught,
own
like, paying for the
animation crush, I guess.
Atrioc, yeah.
And then like he's sitting there crying with his wife in the background.
See, this is what I also didn't get about that too. I'm like, dude, at what point?
I feel like there's a big difference between paying, you know, the $3 or whatever to become a member on some site. I'm not saying that it's all kosher, okay? I think deepfake gross. But
yeah, I mean,
there's a big
$3
difference
versus a void check that, or like a fucking like ACH.
50K and waiting for months. This isn't just like a spur of the moment decision, okay? It's like, oh man, I'm lonely
He's
tonight.
like, you really fucking thought of spending that much money on it.
Right?
I actually don't have this backstory of this. So was this a YouTuber that made this?
There's this guy, Verbalace. He has like 6 million subscribers, okay? Yes, he does cartoon beatbox
Rap
battles. Where, you know,
battles.
you'll have Sonic standing there going... Right? And then you'll have Thanos standing on the other side doing the same shit, okay? And he gets lots of views on those. His videos have kind of been falling off, which is why people are doing the bankruptcy claims. But this guy
Maybe, I
has
don't know.
a self
I've seen a little bit of his
animation done by
videos,
the official
and
Has
they're
Been
really
Hotel team.
nothing
I've
special.
commissioned animations of myself by the Has Been Hotel team, by the way. Not for fetish reasons. It was on the Times Square billboard. I was on a Times Square billboard with Fifi, a friend of mine, for like a whole meme. It was hilarious. But anyway, they're expensive, and he got this done as like an AMV, and it must have taken months to animate, or at least many weeks, and he spent 50K on it. And I believe all that. That all makes sense. It fits the budget.
No, it doesn't. I don't doubt any of that. I was just
I
kind
don't
of.
doubt he spent that money. It's just that I don't doubt that. I don't think he actually went bankrupt.
Clear moment in internet history. It makes Twitch's hentai look like Shakespeare. Okay.
It's
wild. How did it... Okay, so again, to get back to your Atrioc point, that man had a dark moment and a dark thought for 5 minutes one day, okay? This guy put aside 50K
86?
and weeks of waiting and orchestrating, and he storyboarded it, goddammit, okay?
Wait, he personally storyboarded that. He came up with every...
Well, what do you think? You don't give 50K to someone and tell them to go crazy, do whatever you want.
I thought he gave 50K to tell them, hey, listen, make some f***ing softcore, like... Maybe he wrote, like, it was like a f***ing chat GPT prompt, you know? Like, you write your sentence out, and because you're giving it to a f***ing human, they can
So I
better
want this,
convey.
this, and this crap. Right?
Storyboarded it. That's f***ing insane.
Maybe he didn't storyboard every scene, but he told them the vibe he was going for,
Right, yeah.
okay? You're not going to pay someone
Oh,
for some
God.
cute animation, and then it turns out to be this weird molesty shit.
Yeah, that's true. But, like, god damn,
Yeah.
that's like...
This wasn't.
Nothing, yeah.
This wasn't with like a side character in the show. It was the main character. They had a fucking crush on.
He is without a doubt like he has become kind of a laughingstock. Now look, at the end of the day, if he didn't like commission a minor and like he didn't commission like that's the only important part to me. If he didn't go bankrupt,
I don't think he did anything wrong per se. It's just
his fetish.
Incredibly cringe.
Yeah,
It's cringe.
It's like the dude's
Stupid.
fetish comes out for the world to see and make fun of, and like I was just like, man, this is. And the thing is, what's really fucked up is, I didn't understand how big of an impact this would have because for like 2 days, he was like one of the largest trends. Like I woke up one day and I fire up Twitter in the bathroom when I'm like shitting and stuff, and I see Verbal Ace.
As you
like,
do.
What the fuck is this? And like, is this guy canceled for something serious? Like, what's going on? What is this? And then I.
See, that's why I love this, because it's so not serious.
Yeah.
It's just stupid.
No, it's just Twitter making fun of one dude.
Like, I'm just like, dude, it literally is like, imagine if you woke up one day and it's like, oh, you see Mutahar trending, and it's like, oh, what is he getting in trouble for? Oh, he commissioned Skibbity Toilet. Like, bro, I didn't do anything wrong, but I would be so embarrassed. I don't even think I could face my family, because...
No. Muta filmed. He was the star in Skibbity Toilet Porn.
Yeah, like
there
I
we go.
commissioned
Yeah, he was the one going,
behind it to,
"Skibbity
like,
pop
make a
beep pop."
fucking source filmmaker animation and be getting by the Skibbity Toilet. And like, this got so, like, this blew up
You're getting
so much
pissed in the ass
that,
by
like,
the fucking head just
I'm
keep
sure
going
my
up and
mom
down
would
the
find
toilet.
out, you know, and she's not an internet person. She just, you know, she watches my videos and she's like, I want to support my kid. But then all of a sudden, she looks up my name one day and it's like, Muta looked up fucking, like, Muta's commissioning source SFM of himself, and then I don't think I could ever look at her for years, you know? I don't even think I could look at... I couldn't look at anybody. Like, I would be roasted to high hells for years to come. Like, they would make...
We all have like the weird entries on Rule 34. We've all been there. We all have that. That's the cost of being a public image, right? A public personality. But there's a big difference between something like that and like spending $50K and commissioning it.
Yeah.
That's the rule of the internet.
It's such a wild story. I love this one, honestly. Like that and Sneeko, they say.
And you know what? At the end of the day, before we finish off today's video, it's that kind of stuff, those kind of stories that I love laughing and talking about because there's no stakes to them. I don't even think Verbal Ace is Verbal Ace doesn't appear to be a bad dude. He's just got
he just had a
funky fetish.
big boner.
Money on his hands.
Yeah, a big boner that lasted for like months, and then once the video came out, it just had the biggest fucking personal clarity.
Terrible spending decision.
If you got, well, here's the thing: is if he had 6 million subscribers, I didn't dig deep into his account history. You have 6 million, you were making, you know.
I remember when Twitch allowed hentai, but then people abused it, and Twitch was like, no more. Yeah, that was like probably like a month ago. Yeah, like literally a month ago, maybe 2. It wasn't like full on hentai. It was like you could like draw you could like draw stuff that's like more sexual
and you could drop
and stuff, and just people just went overboard with that shit.
You work on for a couple months with a team. It's really strange, but it's not like you know, it's not going to bankrupt him. I think the more
you still couldn't fucking show porn on the site.
Like people are inventing extra details to the story to make it crazier than it is.
You could draw a fucking butter with a giant dick without on thrusting.
Yeah, like if you want to spend your money on fucking the cringiest shit imaginable, I might not understand it, but as long as you're not hurting anybody, dude, commission all the softcore has-been hotel pornography you can. Look, I mean, hey, listen, there's dudes that'll
everyone has their kinks
from Family Guy, but at least Verbal Ace has the money to achieve his dreams. A lot of people on the internet, they can't even get close to it, and that is the story we should be looking at. How one animator...
This is a success story, goddammit.
It's a fucking success story, dude. Like, if this guy doesn't have a Wikipedia page anyways, if I was you, Verbal Ace, I would be excited that this would be a footnote in my history, because it's definitive proof that I succeeded at YouTube, made it work, and then I also got to achieve my own, admittedly, hilarious dreams for the wrong reasons because of it. Good job on you, man. Congratulations.
Let's go.
And I think that's what we can end it on, guys. Chasing the fucking American dream. Verbal Ace made it happen.
Yes.
And rest in peace to Coach Red Pill, a man that died as a true Sigma male. Actually, he was on the fucking grounds, dude. But yeah. Is he confirmed dead, by the way, Art?
He's confirmed dead, and now it's interesting because a lot of like the anti-Ukraine funding crowd are using his story as like, we can't trust the Ukrainians, we shouldn't give them any more money, they're murdering, you know, American citizens. And like, the context of who this guy is, like that's not important to them. They're not even using
as important as this show, Ukraine's doing bad stuff.
And just acting like he was this innocent guy that was just criticizing.
He was just some American guy trying to help. help.
He was
and, oh, God,
criticizing
Yeah,
those
sure.
and they threw him away,
Classic
and they
Twitter
don't
move.
tell him the details about like the content he made, and he went there for no reason and was trashing the government, and he knew that this was going to happen, but there's something wrong in his head that he kept on doing it. I mean, I guess it is victim blaming, but man, it's hard not to.
Yeah. This is why I love YouTubers versus traditional media, because a YouTube documentarian will like explain the situation in the first minute, and then they'll start off with like, anyways, let's talk about why Gonzalo Lira was controversial in the first place. His one video, I will never date anybody over the age of 19. Like,
well, it's kind of funny when you watch the local news reports when like Chris Chan or Boogie go to jail or get arrested for their crimes. It's just like Stephen Williams was arrested for firing a gun outside his home. It's like they may briefly mention he's a YouTuber, but like if.
And then you see the YouTube videos. That fat, he got
Here's the thing is though, if I was a local news reporter in Arkansas, you got nothing else to do. Like, there's nothing going on there. Why wouldn't you spend time like giving all of the updates? Those articles and those video clips are getting multiple times the amount of views of anything else you're talking about. You know, them putting a new roof on a church in town. Why not like dig deep into covering Chris Chan or covering Boogie 29888?
They're not going to get paid for it, right?
Yeah, because they have better to do.
Yeah, that's a good
the
question.
News Network isn't paying
Listen,
them.
I would be so excited if every news station had like a Dateline segment at the end of every day, and like if they came across the Boogie story, like somebody would come out all serious and shit and be like, this is a story of when internet trolling goes awry, when internet trolls clash with their subjects, when Frank Hassel breaks the Hassel doctrine. Like, that would be f***ing wild. Dude, that shit would go viral. You tell me an Asmongold clip wouldn't exist of reacting to that? Ludwig, Charlie, me? Dude, that shit would go viral instantly. That news station
that'd be
would be
incredible.
crazy.
Pretty funny.
But
Stephen Williams, well known for adopting the flaming star method of rehabilitation.
No, then you could have an interview with like the like shaman and shit, like a licensed shaman. Like, that's the kind of story I would kill to go after.
If I was in a local Arkansas news station, that's all I'd cover. Like, well, it's like I do what I have to for the job, of course, but you know, I would be telling my boss, listen, there's this like guy, he has like 3 million subscribers on YouTube. There's like this forum that's like dedicated to trolling him. He just fired a gun out in his house, like in the suburbs for no reason. Because
that's a crazy.
Like, how is that not like the top story? If I was,
I'm with you. I am so with you.
Because like I don't care. The boomers that don't know about these people, if you inform them and explain local person in town is famous on the internet and he's firing off a gun because some guy with a GoPro on his forehead came to his house, like there's a video of it.
This might be getting conspiratorial, but do you think that mainstream media in general tries their hardest to downplay the success and fame or infamy of online personalities?
100%.
I think
maybe.
I think especially for local news channels, because a lot of them are a lot of local papers and local news stations. They're consolidated by people like the Sinclair Group and stuff. I think they have like a script they gotta follow of like, you only cover this, you cover gangs and like murders and stuff. But when you go off that path of like, hey, let's try out some of these more fringe stories, they just say no because it doesn't go in line with their business model, and maybe like advertisers would be concerned about you covering that stuff.
Do you think it's more than just the business model? Do you think you don't want the news station to be like, all right, local man in town in Arkansas fired a gun outside, he's Boogie, he has 4 million subscribers, he has a bigger platform than us, we are the news in this city, and this guy shitting into a microphone is more famous. Do you think it comes from like a pride?
There's always been, like going back to the Gamergate era, there was always a clear resentment from journalists seeing like, a Coach Red Pill type, going back full circle to him, back in his heyday, he was probably making 6 figures trashing on like, dating culture and trashing like women and like, how like you should like do these approaches
being a
to
super
women
male,
to
as
get
he
the best
said.
results. If you're a random journalist at some company, you're in a bunch of college debt, you're not making that much, and you just see some person that's making a SJW owned compilation part 69 on YouTube and making tons of money, you're resentful and you're going to use that power to either not talk about them or trash them
We still got
in a
close,
terrible way. It just makes sense. In terms of people like Boogie
Only
or
2
Chris
more,
Chan,
and
like,
we
there's no
can
angle like that,
long
so I
finish
just
off
don't
Terra.
understand why they
For
wouldn't
now.
want to cover it. In Virginia, when Chris was going through these trial proceedings, why didn't the local paper not send someone there to cover that? That article would be the most viewed article of the day. The Kiwi Farms people, someone would pay for a subscription just to get a claim, taking a screenshot of it. I really don't know. I think it's just an old mentality.
I think it's just people just don't look at that world, It's maybe for them it's just, again, it's a story, to understand the Boogie story you have to be a little bit terminally online. Do you guys agree? You have to be online, you have to be following the shit pretty actively.
Yeah, Mike Plum did a really good job in 1 hour.
Bracket. Now they're just kind of rambling. Alright. Let me just do this. Alright, yeah. That'll do for today though. We are pretty close to being we're pretty close. They only need 2 more level ups and then we're done. Yeah, the last 2 level ups probably shouldn't take too long. Maybe I don't know, half an hour perhaps. And then we could probably finish off with Terra in the next session. We're gonna be doing Birth by Sleep in less than an hour, and then we should have just enough time to move on to the next game that I have my eye on. Yeah, I've really wanted to play for a good while. But yeah, that should do for the change over here. You know what? I'm gonna try bringing back the model. Might take a bit though. Come on. See this. Yeah. And then this. There we go. There we go. We're back with 3D model. Not that I really needed to, but whatever. Let's see. Okay. Here we go. Now we're back. So yeah, that's gonna be it for this session of Birth by Sleep with Terra. Yeah, we're pretty close being done. Just 2 more level ups, and then we can finish off with the story mode. Although some of the content that we still can't do just yet, we still need to unlock. We still need to go through the other characters to unlock the rest of the stuff for Terra, which we'll do afterward. But first I'm not gonna go through it, the whole game again immediately. Yeah, I need to take a fucking break from that shit, otherwise it's gonna be fucking monotonous. Because you're pretty much doing the same shit, 3 characters. But yeah, next stream shall be tomorrow, where we are gonna be going back to Overcooked 2. Yeah, we as I remember, like a few months back, like three or 4 months ago, we started doing Overcooked 2's main campaign and a little bit of the and also the free DLC that were available. And now we finally have the full package with all the paid DLC and shit. So we are gonna pretty much spend the rest of February, or a little bit, also a little bit of January, getting everything done in Overcooked 2, hopefully. I don't think we're gonna do the 4-star stuff, because that stuff seems a little too difficult. Like 2 people, maybe, we'll see. But yeah, we're mostly just focusing on doing the DLC. The rest of the DLC they haven't done yet. But yeah, next stream shall be at tomorrow at 9:30 p.m. GMT 0. Where we are gonna be going back to Overcooked 2. If you like to be notified when I go live or any other shenanigans I have in mind by stream schedules or video uploads, you can go to my Discord where you'll be notified as such. And if you also want to keep track of any previous streams I've done in the past, you can also go to my YouTube channel as well. Now, with all that said and done, hold on, just gonna get me Discord here. Okay, here we go. With all that said and done, who are we gonna be raiding today? Well, let's use all right now, shall we? Also, yeah, Goose, right? What is he up to in that Tears of the Kingdom? I don't know, waiting so long to upload. Just a little bit, I'm assuming I get some like notifications. Okay, sure. Here we go. That should do. So yeah, for this stream we are gonna be rating the Goose 2012. Right now they're going through Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. It looks like they're just kinda chilling, not doing much, just going to the city, the town, I guess. Yeah. So yeah, you guys have fun with Goose. Have yourselves a merry rest day. And as always, have a good one. Bye. Bye-bye. See ya. Have a good one. Bye. Bye-bye. See ya. Why is this? Why is yeah, works good. Okay. Have a good one. Bye. Have a good one, guys.